Hello, everybody. What's going on? Welcome in, everyone. How's everyone doing? All right. So, today I would we're jumping back into Starground stuff. I know we've been spending a lot of time on the overlay, but I think it's time to put that on the back burner a little bit. I am noticing right now, I don't know why, but there's like the text on the bottom is like laggy. I'm not really sure why. I'm taking a look at the profiler right now. Maybe it's like a visual profiler issue. I mean, not really. Yeah, I don't really know why it's laggy like that. That seems kind of weird. Unless it's just because... I mean, what are the frames we're getting? Because it's showing like 120, so why is it doing that? Right? Um, the only thing I can think of is that it's an issue with Adagon's code. Um, so that could be it. Yeah, I don't know. Um, oh well. Maybe for now we swap it back over to let's see. Instead of the small wave, just the regular wave. I'll have to take a closer look at Adagon's code and see why it's doing that. So really quick, let's go to I'll move over to the streaming view. I don't know why you guys can't see. It's probably because yeah, my monitor's got all wacky. There we go. Okay, so anyways, this is gonna be on start song, wherever that is, set song. I'm gonna stop printing that. I'm also gonna stop printing the thing in here really quick. Or no, I did stop printing that. Okay, that's fine. Um, so yeah, it's in here when we set the song. We do small wave. I'm just gonna swap that over to wave for now, and we're going to skip the song. Yeah, so that's better. I honestly don't know. I don't know what's up. Yeah. Cause it's like the wave. If I skip again. It's also hard to tell if it's just a resolution thing or not. I don't know. Maybe I'll just keep it like that for now. We can take a look at that another time, but that's overlay stuff is not what we're doing today. So yeah. All right. So I'm just gonna minimize that and we're gonna open Starground. So, as you may be able to tell by the title of the stream, um, we're going to be adding a new planet today. It's something I've been planning out for a little while now. So it's finally time. Also make sure all my OBS things are good. We should be fine. I got my computer case and got that all set up. And it made a couple of my things stupid. So stream, yeah, we should be good to go. Okay. All right, Starground. Before I fully dive into the update stuff, there is actually a little patch I want to do really quick. It just fixes some super minor bugs, but figured it's probably a good idea to get that up before the long update begins. And a Godot skin would be kind of cool, so maybe we do that really quick for fun. Let's open up paint.net. So today is going to be a lot of the grounds work for getting like the other dungeon set up. The new planet's going to be a dungeon, by the way. My computer is slow. All right. Also, I think I might have fixed my mouse issues. It's so weird, but it's when you put the receiver into anything higher than 2.0 for some reason, it just gets really laggy. I don't really know why. But I think we're okay now, so it's pretty cool. All right, what does that little Godot guy look like? He's blue. So let's just start filling things out. Alrighty, let's replace those colors. And those with that one. So let's take a look at the Godot guy. Godot. This is the logo for Godot. So we're going to copy that. Okay. So he's got a white nose. And then his mouth is funny, right? Because it goes back up right there. So probably something like that. Yeah, it does look like the Godot guy. I don't know if I want to do... I guess that's fine. Okay. And then... let me look up Godot character, because they did a little model guy for Godot. Let me find it. Here it is. This little goober. So I don't know, maybe we can kind of base it off of that a little bit. There's some decent models in here. These are wacky. I guess the Godot guy's a robot. I don't even know. Okay, that skin's called GoBot. Yeah, I don't know what the main body of the Godot guy would look like, really. But let's just fill out some things. Nose would probably be this. And the feet, let's make the dark blue. All right. I don't know how I feel about the mouth still. I think it's like too wide or something. I think I like that better. I'm also trying to think like, how would I get this to look normal? Maybe. Like Minecraft. Making Minecraft skins. I'm going to flip that eye though. Maybe sort of like that. And maybe even anti-aliasing on the mouth. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what this looks like when it's actually in game. It'll probably look kind of stupid, but it's fine. I think also he needs like the little knobs on the top, you know what I'm talking about? We can mess around with this. Let's save it as... So they call it the GoBot. We'll just call it Godot. All right. So, import the assets, hurry. Go to the skins table. Grab this, chuck it in. And this will probably just be available. Let's put it up here. Skin Godot. All right. And then unlocked is true. Let's see what this looks like. I don't know. Might look a little stupid. I've got some tea, guys. Okay. Customize. Does look a little quirky. Yeah, there's the new music. I downloaded a bunch of new music. Because I thought it was time. Yeah, the issue with this is that you don't see the top. I mean, you do any rolls and stuff, but... And there. It's weird that you can only see two of them. I guess the other two just get merged. Whoa. I guess I didn't fully listen to this track. It got a little crazier than I expected. Okay. How else do we want to do this then? I'm almost thinking maybe a little bit of this action. Just to fade out the mouth. And the body is really plain. I don't know what the body would look like. I guess we've just got to make our own Godot guy. Maybe he's like a robot, so he has like a segment. Right? And like some shoes. That'll probably help. See what that looks like. Should update live, I think. Oh. That's weird though, how it disappears. Maybe we go one lower? Just out of curiosity. I wonder what this looks like. Still pretty weird. I can't remember how I did on the Ancient Automaton. It might have been up higher then. That's probably what I did. Yeah. I don't know why he looks so weird. Like, I think it's just that his body is just plain, so it's like... Maybe his legs should just be darker. Just see, check that out really quick. Yeah, I think it's because his legs are like the same color. Helps a little bit, I feel like. Maybe what would be cool with this actually is sort of like how the plush is, where like he has these like black segments, right? Man, another Plants vs. Zombies track. This is randomizing, right? Should. Let's see what that looks like. That's not terrible. And then I think up here we can do this. Try that out. That's okay. Maybe he should have like a zipper, like the main Starground guy. But I don't know. It's okay, maybe. It could be white. See what that looks like. It's not terrible. Yeah, I have to do the dying animation. I think that's fine. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So let's fix all this stuff. Something like this probably. And how would the Godot guy's mouth open? Because his mouth is like closed, so it'd be trying to think how this functions. Like this? But it doesn't look good. I guess kind of like this or something. Yeah, this will do, I guess. Okay. And then Godot is dead. And I'm not going to bother with all the others right now. Okay. Just wanted to add that because I think it'd be kind of epic. Added a Godot skin. All right. I think that's pretty much it. I just wanted to do a quick little patch. Let's also go download the new translations because we need to do that. Just double checking that they're all good in here. These are loading. Okay. Yeah, some of these still have a lot of gaps, especially Japanese and Korean. I'm gonna have to fill those out with auto-translate until I can find somebody that can do them. I hate having to do that because I don't want to just fill the game with Google Translate stuff, but it's kind of something I have to do because you know, then people won't be able to play the game. So I was really you know, went all out on the tutorial one just because you kind of need to be able to read the tutorial. I feel like that's like very necessary. Then Steam Store stuff, that hasn't changed in a while. All right, so let's download this. Perhaps a CSV. Yo, what's up, Ace? How's it going? What's going on? Let's see, I got all these in here. Delete. Nothing much, yeah. Feel it. Oh, there is no music, is there? Yeah, since I swapped out my case, it's like all my stuff got reset. I think it's because they're in different USB ports. I didn't realize that there's no music. That should have fixed it. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. But we're good now. Yeah, that's why I had audio issues on Discord when I joined. I had to reset my mic and output, so I couldn't hear anything. Okay. Yeah, I'm just putting up a patch right now. I put new music into the playlist because I wanted more music. I think the music helps me from going insane. How's it feel to have a working front IO? It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. I also think I fixed the issue with my mouse. With the receiver, if you plug it straight into a 3.0 or higher, for some reason, it just decides it's going to be stupid. And it like lags and stutters all the time. So what I did is I have this little garbage USB 2.0 extension cable. So it's essentially converting the 3.0 to 2.0. And that fixes my issue. So. But yeah. It's pretty epic. It's such a stupid thing. I don't know, like, why. Use my old one for my Logitech G Pro. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like, why it can't do more than 3.0. It's frustrating, but hey, it's fine. I mean, when this mouse works as a good mouse, I do like this mouse. I was getting so angry at it yesterday because I was fed up. I didn't have any more patience for this crap. But we're good now. Let's see, I need to re-import the localizations. I feel like, yeah. It's just the worst. And like, it was also really annoying because, like, you know, you're playing CS or something and it doesn't move how you want and you die and it's like, you know, it's really frustrating. All right, so let's open up all these. Okay. That should be good. I feel like the music isn't being randomized, but I know it is. It's just, I don't know. Because I put in a bunch of new music. I put in a lot of Animal Crossing music and stuff. But it's definitely random. It's not just playing it in order, so it's odd. Unless it just goes in order of date that you added it, but I mean, what I'm doing here is I'm getting all of the files. I'm adding them in. Then I'm saying songs dot shuffle. Yeah. The funny thing is that like Spotify randomization stuff isn't actually like random, because they kept having an issue where people were saying it's not random even though it was actually random. Because I think the weird thing about randomness is that random doesn't necessarily mean variety or that it's a good distribution, right? Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. Yeah. But yeah, because like it'll just, yeah, see, now it's playing another new one. It'll just randomly, like, I think it's just random chance that I'm getting all the new ones in a row, but I don't know. That's the tricky thing about randomization. I mean, I tested this before when I do songs.shuffle. I say in set song. So it should be okay. I say songs.shuffle before I do that, right? Yeah. Yeah, it'll just be in random order. I'm just gonna print out songs every time. We're just gonna relaunch the overlay a couple times, and I'm just gonna double check and make sure that it is just a random list in here every time. But I mean, we should be okay. Okay, so there's this list. It goes bedtime, discovery, inner space. Okay. So it goes bedtime, integer limit, turret boss. Let's remember that order. Bedtime, integer limit, turret boss. And then let's see. Turret boss, piano. Yeah, it's totally random. It's a weird thing, you know? Psychologically, it feels like it's not random, but I know it is. So. I like it. Tracks from Secret of Mana and Trials of Mana. Oh, Secret of Mana? Yeah. Yeah, I could go through those. I do want to add some more. I think just having a bunch of tracks will also help with the randomness thing. Of it feeling not random. Because if we have like 100 songs that it randomly chooses from, I mean, I'm probably getting pretty close to that. How many are in here? Does it show me how many I have selected? No. But I can go in here and check. But the more songs, the less, or the more random, quote unquote random, it'll feel like. So there's, okay, so right now I have 60 songs. Yeah, we could do with more, I think, so. Yeah, I can go through those. Download some of my favorites I feel like good for stream. Yeah, do it up. Yeah, I'd like to hit at least 100, I think would be nice. Just for more variety. So things aren't so samey. Alright, let's go make sure the skin is good and the translations work. And then if that's all fine, then I will upload the patch. I got some tea over here with my matcha cookies. It's definitely a tea vibe, you know? Yeah, you made your matcha cookies, right? What'd you think about them? Okay, yeah, all the translations are working well. German. Yeah. Godot. Does look a little odd with the black. I think even though it doesn't make sense, I'm just gonna make it white. Because it'll look like he's opening his mouth more. Okay, let's try that. Yeah. Just because his mouth is white, it's really weird when it's black, I think. They're good. It kind of messed up a little bit with the dough. Yeah. Yeah, I messed up a bunch. I don't know why I messed up so much, because usually I don't mess up that bad, but this time I did. Yeah, once I did it correct, it was pretty good, though. Yeah, it's just tricky. You got to make sure that you, like, melt the butter just enough so that it creams instead of just stays as a liquid, or... Because, like, the first time I did it, my butter was too cold. And so the butter just kind of just stayed in little clumps, and it was bad, and it didn't work. Gotta get the right level so it turns into like a frosting almost, right? But yeah, good though. I think they're holding up still. Like some cookies, like when you leave them in the jar for a long time, they get all like really hard and dry, but these ones are still like pretty good. So that's good. I think if I had like higher quality matcha, that would probably really help a lot. But also high quality matcha is really expensive, so I don't know. Okay. Anyways, I think we're good to go here. All the languages are translating. And the skin is here and stuff. I don't think there's any other bugs that I know about right now. Or that anybody has mentioned, so I think we're good. Some people said that, like, you know, performance starts to drop off, but of course that's just how it goes. I need to work on some of those changes I wanted to make with the mover. Yeah. I want to make it signal based so like the mover doesn't do any processing. It just checks for when something changes in the inventory and then updates. Because it's just going to be way faster that way. But so it's kind of hard because it means I have to double check every single thing in the game and make sure that it's all set up with the inventory component. And there's a lot of cases where I, you know, made a mistake and didn't do that. So all right. Got the version in here. Let's go. Export. Export all. I did actually buy a new receiver for my mouse. It should be here today. I'm gonna see if that just lets me use the 3.0 instead of having to use a extension cable. It was really cheap, so I figured why not. But I mean, so far this seems to be working really well. I haven't had issues, thank God. So okay. Let's go push the build. Starground. Build. Move these goobers out of there. Over into Starground builds. Ooh, almost forgot. One thing I realized that I accidentally left in was I left the questing thing visible, which working. I was not supposed to do that. It's a problem because if somebody accepts a quest before I have the format finalized, it might break people's saves, so I have to be careful with that. So I'm actually gonna deactivate that so that nobody can access it, because it's kind of a big problem if they do. So let's release again. Yeah, it's something I need to start really finalizing. I mean, I have the UI and stuff working and some of the basic systems for questing, but I still need to like actually like make them work. You can accept quests right now and stuff, but like it does start checking for the things, but it's not really set up fully right now. Okay, so that's been zipped. Let's do 0.12.1.1. Alrighty. Now it's time to upload and kill the stream. Yay. I hope we can finally get that fiber set up. I mean, it's basically done. They won't let us, like, activate it yet. I don't know why. I think they have to finish all of the areas with the fiber until, like, they actually, can activate it. I don't know why, but soon. And then I have good upload speed, finally. Let's window those. I think fiber is linked. I don't know. I'm not really sure how it's set up. But I'm sure there's probably a reason why they can't activate it yet. Yeah, I think they're just going through the whole neighborhood and installing it first before, so whatever. But soon, I swear. Oh yeah, I also got Logi options working too. I realized for some reason my receiver, when I plugged it in, it would just say generic USB device. And so Logitech options didn't actually think it was a mouse. It was just like, oh, this is some random USB, I don't know. So I was able to fix that. I had to get this thing called SetPoint. It's a Logitech program that they have. And I just ran in and it just fixed it. Now it's called Logitech mouse, so I guess it's fine. Yeah, I don't know. Things are whack, dude. I don't know why this mouse has been such a troublesome thing. Oh yeah, I forgot the stream is dead. Yeah, the bits are pretty low right now, just a warning to everyone. Probably works different for a suburb. Yeah, neighborhoods, but my mom's apartment complex, apparently someone broke their fiber cable and knocked out everyone's internet. Yeah. Yeah, I do wonder if it's like a loop thing around the neighborhood where it's like it's gotta connect on both ends, so they can't really finish it until it's fully set up. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure, like, because I know like coaxial cable and stuff is just a copper wire, so that's just electricity. But yeah, I guess fiber being light, they probably have to keep it like in one path or something. I don't really know. Yeah. So what's up, Dustin? Welcome in. Ship it. I'm working on it. It's uploading. It's gonna kill the stream for a minute, just as a warning. So, yeah. But don't worry, it'll be over soon. Yeah, then we can dive into the new planet. I think the first thing is just going to be creating a little icon on the Star Launcher screen, so we'll do that first. I could do like a placeholder image for that, but I'm probably just going to go ahead and import the other planet style. So. Okay, Linux 1 is uploaded. Now the Windows 1 is going, guys. It'll be just a minute. I'm sorry. Sorry to kill the stream. I always try to avoid uploading this stuff on stream, but sometimes the timing just doesn't work, and I have to. Oh, don't have to spill milk. Hopefully, getting this other dungeon set up won't be too bad. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I've worked on a lot of like systems to allow multiple dungeons, so I just haven't actually done it in practice though. So yeah, I kind of have no idea if it actually works or not. So we'll see. We're almost there, guys. 75%. Yeah, so we have the dungeon, right? And this dungeon node has the function to build the dungeon, generate level. So in that, we're passing through a dungeon region and a level. So I think it's possible that I could get that working. I'm just gonna have to change the function in the main area. Hey, what's up, Cheese Lord? Welcome in. How's it going? Sorry for the laggy stream. I'm uploading builds of the game, so it's... Bear with me. I'm at the planet after this. Or we're gonna get started on today. Kind of like Wally. Okay, the builds are uploaded. The stream is probably catching up now. Should stabilize here in a second. There we go. Okay, we're back to normal, guys. I apologize. I hate doing it in the middle of the stream, but yeah, sorry about that. I'm doing good, nice. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Just working on Starground. It was nice this weekend taking a minute to work on the overlay. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and commit that. Build committed. Now we go to the builds here, guys, and we set this one as the default. Set it live. And I have to get my text notification. Okay. Click OK. Now the build is live. And then we have to go to publish, prefer publishing. Done this hundreds of times, guys. Okay, publish. There we go. Okay, update is up. Very minor stuff. Let's make a quick little announcement. New event. Small update. Default branch, Starground. The 0.12.1.1 patch. What do I call the other ones, though? I want to be consistent with my naming. Yeah, anyways, what was I saying? The planet we're doing today is going to be a new dungeon planet. It's going to be kind of like, that one's just a patch note. But I did add stuff, so I guess that's why I didn't say. Most of the time I say hotfix. I mean, it's basically what it is. I don't think I ever say patch. So it's going to be like Wally Planet. There's going to be trash and desert. The first level that we're working on is going to be on top of the buildings. So you're going to be like on top of skyscrapers and stuff. We'll have to figure out how we're going to get that set up. Just visually speaking, right? Because it's way different than the other dungeon where you're kind of like... You can get away with the outside of the rooms being black because it's just like, oh, that's just inside the wall. This time... players are actually going to be able to see like the environment. So say Jack Spills, thank you for the follow. So yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna do that. Say, hey, what's up, Batagon? How's it going? Congrats on first. Oh yeah, for the game jam, thank you very much. That was epic. I was not really expecting to win. But hey, I'm not complaining. It's pretty cool. Let's see, this is gonna be H2. Let's just say additions. Yeah, it was fun. I'm glad that I did it. There's a lot of good experience with 3D stuff. Thank you. I think probably the next game will be a 3D game, so I think it's good to kind of start diving into that world of texturing and 3D modeling and all that stuff. I mean, this isn't the first game that I've ever worked on that is 3D, but it's the first game that I've completed that is 3D, right? I worked on my old Unity game, Bounding Main, but I just kind of gave up with that one, so... But this one, yeah, I actually did it. So I guess I classify this one as my first 3D game, because it's the first one I actually finished. So yeah. Yeah, I think definitely have to do more jams in the future. Jams are nice because it's basically a way to like prototype game ideas in a way, right? Because I can like make a prototype of a game idea, and then the excuse is basically because it's a game jam. So I get to reap the benefits of game jamming and also get a prototype for a possible next game idea, which is always good. Starground still has a lot of work to go, but I think it's important to start thinking about that more and more as the time approaches, you know. Let's see, what is this update? Minor fixes for April Fools. This quick hotfix for Starground addresses some minor issues related to April Fool's content. And the Godot skin. Cool. I think that's pretty much it. So let's save it. Publish it. Boom. And we'll put a post on here. I don't know if it's worth it to like ping people for a patch. I probably won't. Bulls hot. Fixes up. Now I'll just put that in there. What does Godot specialize in for graphics? Yeah, Godot's definitely not, I mean, you can do realistic stuff in Godot if you try. It's harder, though, than something like Unreal. Unreal just has more features for it. I'd say the visual style of, like, Godot stuff in 3D especially is just kind of like... I think what it caters really well toward is, almost like a painterly... How do I describe it? Like, if you look at a game like Raft, Raft doesn't look super high fidelity. It's, like, stylized. Like, I think Godot does really well with stylized 3D like this, where it's, like, you can do texturing and stuff in all the normal maps, but it's not going to look like just like real life. I don't think it would be pretty hard to do that. But doing a game like this or something where, like, things are kind of realistic, but still, like, a little cartoony, I think is fine. I think this works really well and is easy to do in Godot. But there's been some people that have made some really good-looking things in Godot. Is it Road to Vostok? This is made in Godot. I think this is always a really good example of the fact that Godot can do realistic, like, good-looking things. Would it look better if it was made in Unreal? Probably, but I think it doesn't look too bad, you know? But yeah. Also, Jam, what's up? Welcome in. Live stream on, yeah, and make games. That is what I'm doing full time right now. Yeah, I'm working on Starground and live streaming and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever I looked around at jobs and stuff after graduating, and I couldn't find anything that I could even apply for, so it got to a point where I just decided I'm gonna try and lock in and make my own games and hopefully make that work out. Because who knows, I could still be looking for a job, right? A computer science job. It's just the industry is so bad right now. PVKK also looks good. Have not heard of that. Godot. Whoa. Oh yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty sick. I haven't heard of this game before. But yeah, you can make some really good looking stuff in Godot. I think that's always the thing is like, yeah, exactly. I'm just about to say, you can make whatever you want in any engine. Like, I don't think many engines have inherent limitations, honestly. I mean, of course, engines have specializations. Like, Unreal is really good at super high fidelity graphics, but that doesn't mean that Godot can't do it, right? I think if you spend enough time fine-tuning things and learning about the engine, I think you can do whatever you want. So. Is there anime-like graphics with Godot? Yeah, you can totally do that too, right? Like, I think it just depends. You can just do whatever you want, right? It's got all the basic tools you need. It's got all the texturing stuff, normal maps, albedos, roughness maps. So you can make anything look however you want. You can go crazy and make everything look super detailed like this kind of game, or you could go super simple with it. And you can do like cell shading stuff if you want, or you can even go like the Lethal Company route with like a shader over everything, right? Like that. I don't know. I guess it's just cell shaded, and is it like a pixelated? Yeah, they have like a pixelation shader on too. So you could go that route too, like just very shader heavy. So yeah, there's all sorts of ways you could do it. That's crazy, 390,000 reviews. Yeah, this game looks pretty cool. I haven't heard of this before. Oh, it's made by Bip and Bits. I didn't realize. They made a Dome Keeper. Yeah. I need to play Dome Keeper again. It's been a while since I have. Yeah. How do I do it? Well, I don't know. I mean, I think the big thing that helps is that people want to play Starground. Like, really the only thing that lets me do it is whether or not people decide to buy the game. But it's just a lot of hard work, a lot of planning, and also I think it's a lot of learning. If you want to keep up and actually make things successful, you have to learn from your past mistakes. And I think I was able to do that successfully with Pogo Rocket. Pogo Rocket was the last game that I worked on, and it was, there's a lot of issues with this game. Both from just a gameplay, like, you know, the actual game perspective, and also from, like, a business perspective. One of the big issues is that I didn't really have any kind of grasp on what marketing is, right? And that's a big issue. You have to start marketing your game immediately. As soon as you have anything ready to look at, right? Because it gives you time to start building up an audience and start spreading the word. If you start marketing in the last week or whatever of development, and no one's going to know your game exists. So that's, yeah, one of the big mistakes. And I think also Pogo Rocket was heavily overscoped. There's so much I tried to cram into this game, and it just took me way too long, which is another big issue. So, and you know, Starground's kind of overscoped also, for being real, but it's okay because it's making money. Best way to start building things is start building. Yeah. Can't get yourself to build something, do an hour every day. Yeah, I think another thing too is like, one issue with Pogo Rocket that really stunted my development with it is I just wasn't having fun with it. I made this in Godot, and I wasn't really vibing with the Godot. I had a lot of technical issues with the Godot, and it was a nightmare. Or I keep saying Godot, not Godot, Game Maker. I always do that. It's because they both start with G, and in my head they just get merged. Okay, let me restart. Pogo Rocket was made in Game Maker, and I had a lot of issues using Game Maker. I kept running into like weird technical issues with the background tiling, and it was a nightmare. I think what I learned from that is that one of the biggest things with developing your own game and being successful is just make sure that you actually enjoy doing it and that you're having fun. Because I think if you have fun and you make a project that you actually like, it's just going to be a better game. So yeah, how long did it take? This one took like 2 years or more. And it's just because I took so long. Like, I mean, to be fair, it was in the middle of college and I just didn't really have the motivation or time to work on it very much. But at the same time, that's not really why it took so long. It took so long because I just didn't want to work on it anymore. And I also didn't have anyone like that I had to appease because I didn't do any marketing. With Starground, it's like from the very beginning with the YouTube videos and stuff, there's people that want to play the game and that are play testing. So it's kind of like you have a responsibility to develop the game and keep working on it. And that's not a bad responsibility. It's like a motivational responsibility. Like, oh, there's actually people that are going to play the game. So it makes it way more rewarding to add things and work on it and make it better. 6 months in a little project? Yeah. Yeah, I think, like, it's try and get things done as fast as possible. I mean, there's no right or wrong speed at which to develop things, but I think you learn a lot finishing a project and moving to a different game. Right? And sometimes it sucks because you're like, I want this to be the game. and you want to work on it more and flesh it out, but at a certain point, you're gonna develop things and move through way faster by just restarting with a new game than trying to add and squeeze more content into the current one. And I don't mean don't finish it. I think the big thing is just you know, focus on what you need to do to get it done. Right? Don't overscope things and throw more things in. Just save that for a different project. Only add something if it's actually going to be worthwhile and is important to the game, I think. So, because Starground has only taken a little over a year, and that's to early access and also making a bunch of money. So I think I think that's good so far. Its development on Starground's way faster than development on Pogo Rocket was. A big help with that is that I use Godot, and Godot's, in my opinion, way better than GameMaker. But I think it's also just because I learned so much working on this. I've been through all the struggle and hassle and mistakes that I've made. Now I know how to fix them, so. And I'm sure I'm going to feel that way about Starground too, right? When Starground's kind of finished up and it's time for the next game, I will probably also realize all the mistakes that I made with Starground. I mean, I already do. There's a lot of things I wish I did differently, but that's good. So, making levels is the worst. Yeah, it sucked making levels in GameMaker. It was terrible. Want to make an anime like Dishonored game some point in the future? Yeah. You can totally do that in Godot. I think Godot can really do whatever you want. So, the only limitation is just your own ability. So, that really is the obstacle in game development, is just yourself. Right? I mean, I can hate on GameMaker, and GameMaker did have limitations, but I think it's just because I didn't know how to get around them also at the same time. But it's fine. I like Godot better, so I'm not going back to GameMaker ever. First chat in Pogo Rocket Discord is March 21st. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely did take a long time. It's a waste of time. So we got ads starting in just a minute here. My apologies, everyone. Yeah, what do I think about CryEngine? I don't know if I've heard much about it. I mean, I felt like I heard about it. Okay, that's the one used for Far Cry, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is it, do you have to pay for it? Or is it free, you know? Yeah. It's probably fine. It just depends on what you want to do. CryEngine, I don't know. I think the thing that you should look for with an engine is make sure it has lots of tutorials and lots of documentation and stuff like that from the community. You need people to actually use it. And there goes ads. So we will wait for those. But yeah, that's one nice thing about Godot is it had a ton of documentation and tutorials and stuff, so I was able to go into it easy. All the info I needed was already there. Except with multiplayer. Multiplayer is not really very well documented with the Godot, so. Which is too bad. Maybe one day I'll do a multiplayer tutorial once I feel like I actually am smarter and can do it right. But I'm still kind of learning multiplayer. Found Unity the easiest compared to Unreal? Yeah. Due to program user-friendly UI. Yeah, I think Unity is definitely easier in my opinion than Unreal. Unreal's fine, but it's a heavy specialized engine, you know. It's for high fidelity 3D games. So if you're doing that, then it's probably a good option, but big three engines always have the most documentation tutorials. Yeah, Godot, Unity, Unreal. Yeah, I mean, that's why I went with Godot, because, like, I didn't want to pick something that I knew I was going to have to forge my own path with everything, right? I mean, there were some others, like, I knew about... There's some, like, open source framework stuff, kind of like Godot. I think Bevy is one of them. And, like, they're all fine, but it's just I know that jumping into something like that is going to be... I'm eventually going to hit a roadblock, and I won't be able to move past it without a bunch of work. And for game development stuff, that kind of sucks. because you want to actually develop the game. You don't want to work on like stupid stuff behind the scenes. So I haven't really ever felt like that with the Godot. Chip engine one? I'm probably never gonna make my own engine. I mean, I don't know, maybe one day when I'm old and crazy, but making an engine is a ton of work. And you also have to like, I mean, it probably doesn't necessarily have to be, but I imagine it's a lot of lower level programming, you know. C, I mean, yeah, probably C++ or even lower than that. But I wouldn't really want to do that. And it's also like, I'm just one person. I'm never going to be able to compete with something like Godot because there's hundreds of people always working on it. So I just don't have the manpower and it's just not worth it. I'm not going to, I think engines like custom engines like that are good for very specialized games, but there's all sorts of games I want to make. So I'm not going to spend years of my life working on a super specific engine, I think. All right. Ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. But yeah, anyways. But yeah, that's what I would say, what I recommend about game development stuff. Have fun with it. Don't take too long to do it. And also don't compare yourself to other people. Easier said than done, but really the only thing that you see online is the success stories, because those are the things that get pushed more, and those are the things that have the millions of views. And so you get a really skewed perspective on how things actually are, right? You see, oh, Schedule 1 has made millions, $25 million, probably even more than that now. But that's like the top 0.1%. Like, the vast majority of people never even make more than $1,000. So yeah, it's like survivorship bias, right? Like the most successful games, the biggest, most influential games are going to be the ones that you see, and then all the ones that fail, you're never going to see them because they failed. So yeah, and I don't necessarily mean fail, but fail in the sense that they're not insane, you know, Undertale level of success games, which is basically Starground. Starground is not anywhere close to those kinds of games. But yeah. Okay. So this is the dungeon script. Well, before we do that, let's go ahead and go into the... What do I call it? I think it's still called spaceship display, yeah. In here. We're gonna add a new little dungeon planet. Let's do that. So let's go to Pixel Planet shader. Right here. And there's a new version of this. Like, it's actually for Godot 4 now instead of for Godot 3. It's been for Godot 4 for over a year now. Man. But yeah. But what we can do for this planet, there's like terrain dry. We could do that. There's also the gas giants, which I do like. This one's kind of sick with the rings. Maybe this would work better for the automation planet that I want to do, but probably not for the desert world. Ice world, lava world, which could work also. There's some pretty cool planet combinations we can do with this. Fun social games like Among Us, Repo. It's common from many games I saw being successful as of lately. Yeah, it's just because there's a lot of those being made. I think the thing to remember too is for every single lethal company and stuff there's probably also 1,000 more that aren't successful. So We just got to remember that these are the top of the top. The cream of the crop, you know? So it's not good to compare yourself to that level of success, because most people never achieve that, and that's just how it is. Send over that music checkout. Let's go. Thank you. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it's bad to follow trends like that. I mean, one massive trend right now is the simulation genre. There's a lot of simulator games right now. So there's nothing wrong with trying to hop on stuff like that, I feel like, but it's also like you got to remember, like, is this something that's actually going to last? Because if I'm going to spend years working on this project of mine, is it actually worth my time, you know? By the time I finish this game, am I going to be able to... Is that type of game still going to be relevant, you know? So, I think that's also something to think about. Okay, I just want the source. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change some stuff around here, because I did, I think I ran into this issue with the Tyria planet. Things are just weird, right? With, wherever it is, I don't remember what this planet was actually called. Was it Gas Planet? Yeah, I think Tyria is a gas planet. So yeah, this is Tyria. So yeah, I'll just have to figure out, so what is this inheriting? It's extending planet button. Okay, so we're probably gonna have to change some things around a little bit. Well, so yeah, I asked if there's gonna be a black hole map. I do want there to be a black hole in Starground. I don't think it's gonna be something you can land on or anything, but I think it would be cool. So I'm gonna try. So this has planet.scene in here, which is whack. Okay, I guess what planet do we want to do for this? Not Terran wet. Maybe the dry planet. The only issue with the dry planet is it's yeah, there's nothing on it. It's just dry. We could also do lava world, which I think might work well. You get so many cool colors in here. We'll do our own colors. Figure out what we want to do for that. It's a little bug. Yeah, let's do the lava world. I think that'll be cool. If I was a game director of a company, I would focus on making single player games with no multiplayer. Yeah, there's definitely sort of an oversaturation, I think, of multiplayer games. Especially as of recent, right? I think there's nothing wrong with single player. I think, I guess it really just, you know, also, of course, depends on, like, the kind of game you want to make. I think some games do really well with, multiplayer. So, it just depends on what you want. Oh, yeah, so I'm gonna have to inherit this. Set a lava world. Is there a process in here? No, there's not. So let's copy that for lava world. Function process. And then we have all these different things. These. And this is going to be equal to planet size. All right. Hopefully that'll work. I don't actually know. Let's look at our lava world. What does it look like? Okay, it's pure black for some reason. I don't know why. It's probably just because all the colors are black. That would be why, yeah. Okay. We'll keep working on that planet. That's kind of a vibe, though. But I feel like most multiplayer games out right now are more party-focused rather than proper co-op. Yeah. No, they're definitely like, yeah, like arcadey multiplayer, right? I think that's the type of, I mean, that's the other thing too, is multiplayer is, there's a lot of kinds of multiplayer, right? Yeah, right. I think like there's still a lot of room for cooperative things like Portal 2 co-op or like all the examples you just listed. So I think that wouldn't be a bad idea for multiplayer stuff. But yeah, I think at the, you know, with the party kind of multiplayer stuff, there can only be so many. We're eventually going to see that that kind of game just levels off. Because I think like Repo is probably hitting the peak of what that kind of game can really offer. So I just don't think it's worth it to even try and do that anymore. I don't know, we'll have to see what new trends come about in the industry. Right now, it's definitely the simulation stuff, but I'm sure that'll die off eventually. So we'll see. I mean, I think really it doesn't matter. Like, I wouldn't focus so much on trend stuff like that, because the truth is if you're actually making a fun game, it's gonna be timeless. It doesn't have to follow and jump on this temporary trend, you know? I think any good game defines trends, right, versus follow them. So. Okay, so let's go into the spaceship. And then we're gonna drop in our thing in here. That's gonna be under planets. We're gonna go grab our lava world. All right. So this is gonna need a lot of tweaking. We're gonna have to figure that out. The colors are all terrible. What's the size of Enceladus? Because I'm thinking it's probably gonna be around that size, maybe a little bit larger than Enceladus is, but I don't want it to be huge. So that one's 32 by 32. Yeah. So I think we go 48 by 48. Because these planets are 64 by 64, so. Tell us about Minecraft and Starground. I don't think Starground's going to be very timeless, unfortunately. As much as I wish it to be, I don't see it. But who knows? I think games have a lifespan, and that's fine, you know? I don't think it's always necessarily a bad thing, you know? I think if games went on forever, then it would just start to get really boring. I mean, honestly, we already kind of see that, I think, more often now with, like, Minecraft. I think a lot of the stuff in Minecraft, I mean, it's fine and all, but, you know, it gets a little stale. New mob for the 5,000th time. The movie will definitely bring a lot of interest, I think, back to Minecraft, but it's probably going to be temporary until Minecraft 2. Or, you know, the second Minecraft movie. Chess is the game with the longest lifespan? Yeah. I think that's because chess is just such a simple idea. You know, it's a super... It's good because it's really easy for anybody to jump into and understand the basic rules. But there's also a massive, like, cap for learning things about it, which is always good. Yeah, chess is just a classic game. Okay, let's grab some colors for this planet. It's probably not gonna be orange. But I'm thinking more tan coppery. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, Starground being timeless. Yeah, I don't know how long Starground will really last, if I'm being honest. I mean, hopefully I can keep it going, but I think one day it'll lose, you know, people will stop buying the game. I wonder what the colors are of those. Oh, those are craters, okay. Do I even want craters? I guess craters are okay. Let's try this out. That there. Okay. feel like Bellatra shows signs of being a timeless game. Yeah, we'll just have to see. I mean, Bellatra's still pretty early on. It's you know, claim to fame. I think it's got a good basis for it, though. It's conceptually a very easy game to get into, right? Which is a good start. It's not that hard for people to learn how to play Bellatra, so that's always a good thing. It's hard to say, because a game being timeless is, I think, a combination of a lot of things, if I'm being honest. Like, the reason why Minecraft is timeless, quote unquote, we'll see, it's just because they keep working on the game and adding new stuff, and they have a massive marketing team. It's hard to say if, like, the solo developer of... Oh god, I should have done that. How do I undo that color change? Okay. It's hard to say how long the developer of Bellatra will want to keep up working on the game, and that's completely fair, right? Because I think at a certain point, most solo developers decide it's time to move on to other things, which is fine. We'll see. Let's just add some blue to this. I think Minecraft is a weird case because it's backed by an enormous company, Microsoft. So they can throw millions of dollars of resources at it easily. Here we go, colors. That's for the lava craters. It's a new Minesweeper. Yeah, I feel that. I don't know. We'll just have to see. Can't ever really make calls on that kind of stuff, I feel like, right? Because it's like, we just don't know. Swear the music is not randomizing. It's gonna play Airwaves next. We'll see. We'll see. If it does, then we'll try and fix it. I don't know how, but okay. What does this lava look like now? Is this Airwaves? No, there's August Nights. See rotation, so that doesn't really matter. Should be good to go with this. It's Airwaves. Oh, is this Airwaves? It's called August Nights, though. I mean, I don't know, because I looked at what the list of songs that it's printing out. Oh, it shouldn't be? Okay. Well, that's the file that was sent to me, so. But I know it's random. I can see that it's random. So I don't know why. It's just an illusion. It's not real. We just need more tracks. I think it's just because there's so few tracks that it's like, it's the odds of it being the song that you guess are just kind of, it's a possibility. Maybe Lab Rats or Tides next? Okay. We'll see. Let's wait and see. There's no way that it's random, because or that it's not random. It has to be random. I don't know. Okay, so that's what that looks like. That's too bright. Oh. Why did the overlay not update? Is that what's going on here? That should have like faded out and stuff, but it's weird. Let me go double check on the overlay stuff really quick here. Here. So it's gonna run set song. It's gonna do all this stuff. Tween is that. Tween all the stuff. Song index, dot stream, play. So that should all be fine. And then on our music, let's go double check that the signal's connected. It should be. Yeah, on finished, it'll print here. I don't know what's up with that. Because it should have done the tween here to change it to the next track. It's a little odd. Wonder if it's due to the file types. I don't think it matters. Because I'm just shuffling the array of this stuff in here, right? I mean, unless I'm doing something wrong. I just don't know what that would be, though. Because on songs, I'm pushing back all these dictionaries with the song name and then the stream. I don't know why it wouldn't update the song like that. That's kind of weird. The title. Because when I clicked the skip music button, it was doing it fine. Like it faded back out. But this one didn't? Finished on this one is set to set song. Here, let's watch for this one. The song just ended. Oh, okay, it did go. I don't know what's up. I mean, I'm even running randomized, so it should be completely random. I don't know what's up. I think it's just psychological. I don't think it's real. I think it is random. We're just crazy. That's my guess. I can't say that for sure, but I feel like that's gotta be it. So, hey, the Debug Lounge, thank you for the follow. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong then, or how it's even doing that, right? Because it shouldn't be possible. Is it just random chance that they played in order? Because now it's on to a different track. Right? I mean, this is Pogo Rocket music. Let's just loop through a couple times. I'm just gonna do this. And I'm gonna click skip song a bunch. Okay, Scrap Mechanic song. Final Frontier. Rocket. Ballad of the Stars. Cloud Watching. Let me know if there's an order here, but so far it seems pretty random. Docs. Careful. My Song. Lost and Found. Space Baby. Interstar Cloud. Graze the Roof. I mean, this is pretty random. Starground track. 1 p.m. Song goes hard. Let's listen to this one. I don't know, man. I have no idea. I have no idea what I would be doing wrong. We just need more tracks. We just need to lower the odds that it can play in order, I think. But that shouldn't be possible. It's not possible. I'm not even using the playlist node anymore. There's no way that it can happen. Otherwise, the program would crash. I mean, maybe. I don't know, man. If you notice that it stops updating, keep track of what the last title is, you know? And then we can go take a look at that file and see if there's something wrong with it. So. But I don't know. I'm at a loss. Okay, time modifier. Hopefully we're all good here. I can't remember if I did this with the time modifier thing. And like update time, I might have done that. Unless I do that in here. Oh, I do. I say update time with time. Oh, and then I say time plus equals. Yeah. Odd. Let me load up the game, see what it looks like now in here. Let's go. Thank you for the new tracks in here. Yeah, I'll put those in after stream. I just need to go around more games that I like the music of. I do like the Autonauts music. Maybe I should throw that in, because why not? I assumed that would happen. Okay, so why is this bad? Null. Get color from shader. Land on material. Get color from shader. Land on material. Huh. At planet. Original colors is equal to get colors, which returns an empty thing. And then in lava world, get colors will return that. Not sure what I'm doing wrong with that. Original colors? Maybe? I didn't get rid of it yet. I just didn't. I can go into there soon and get rid of it. Just trying to figure out what's going on here. I mean, nothing in there seems to be an issue. Yeah, the tea I got going on, it's black tea, and then I put some cream and honey in it. It's pretty good. We had some extra heavy whipping cream. Yeah. Yeah, why did this crash? Because, okay, I think like the other planets do the same thing. So it says get colors, then on get colors, get colors from vars. So that's a whole different thing. I don't know why. So why did this one get messed up then? Because it'll say get colors from shader. Land.material. Right in here, land.material. And then it's going to say get shader, uniform name is colors. But this one has 3 separate colors. So how did that issue happen? Because this is 3 separate ones instead of being an array, which is wrong. Weird. So what does this return? It should just return the parameter. Where is get colors even used? Like, I mean, huh? Original colors. Colors from gradient. I don't know why we even use that. Original colors. Let's take a look at that. That's it. Okay, well then this is just useless. I'm just gonna comment that out, because why? Why? Yeah, some of this shader is a little messy sometimes with these planets. Maybe one of these days I'll go through and fix them up, because there's a lot of weird functions in here and stuff that I don't know what are doing, so. BRB sounds good. let's go freaking disable those Ko-fi bot guys. See, these plants are fine, so you didn't even need that variable. I don't know what it's for. Also, why is the battle pass visible? Oh, did I mess up, guys? I might have messed up. Let's go back to that function and get current events. Oh, God. No! I messed up. I'm gonna have to put another patch up. I accidentally permanently enabled April Fools. It's probably when I was testing, I forgot to change it back. That's kind of annoying. Gonna have to re-upload it now. God dang it. Went back in the VOD, I think it's the REM cycling music is broken. Okay, I can go take a look at that. Let's see, to get into Ko-fi, I gotta pull up the authenticator. Excuse me, guys. Okay. I'm just trying to find where it is. I think it's stream alerts? The Twitch chatbot settings. Time messages never. Oh yeah. Say thank you for the follow. Alright. Ko-fi bot should be gone. Okay, let's say what's up, Cosmo? How's it going? What's going on? Okay, now we're gonna have to put another stupid patch up because I'm dumb. Okay. Doing pretty well. Nice. Working on a game. Nice. What's the game? Tea is gone. It's one of those Lethal Company kind of game. Yeah. It's added a flashlight. Nice, nice. Yeah, we're just working on Starground today. We're working on overlay stuff over the weekend, but now we're on to Starground. And yeah, I messed up. I accidentally permanently enabled April Fool's, so I gotta put another patch up, which kind of sucks. Let's see here. What was I gonna check? Oh yeah. Yeah, see, this is fine now. I don't know what the frickin' deal is, bro. I did figure out why I can't click on this. It's probably because I didn't connect up the signals. I think there's mouse entered and exited signals that I need to do, so let's go to where is it in? Gas planet. So this in here, I'm pretty sure, yeah. GUI input, mouse entered and exited. And then what do those even connect to? I guess they just connect in here. So let's go do that for our other planet. Lava world. Oh, we got mouse entered, but not GUI input. So that is probably the issue. And these are weird. It's like they're forced to be connected. I don't know what's up with that. Can I hover over it now? No. Let me reopen it. Oh yeah, and it's multiplayer. Nice. Marvel multiplayer. Yeah, it's hard to get used to and learn it, but yeah, pretty simple. You don't even need that much code. Yeah, right. It's not that bad to get set up if you actually know how. I had a lot of trouble initially just because I knew nothing about multiplayer. And there's not like a whole lot of great tutorials on how to do it, if I'm being honest. So, I don't know why I still can't click on that. It's a little odd. Let's go into in here. I mean, it shows that it has it. It's a little weird though, for some reason. Those are like that. Oh, it's got to be in the frickin' group. Forgot about that. Alright, well that should fix that now. Let's try this again. I do want to eventually move the icons in the Star Launcher overlay thing in the menu to, I don't know, be like something that we can do easier with modding, because, you know, I can't really do that right now. I'll have to figure out how I want to do that, though. Easier said than done. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna check. I got a random voicemail. Okay, I'll check that out later. Still can't click on it. I'm not sure why. Make this global. Okay, that should definitely be a part of the group now. And I should have all the signals. Does this have it in here? No, like it should be in the planet button one, right? Randomize colors, blah, blah, blah. Oh no, Star Launcher button. In here. On GUI input, yeah. So it should be okay. All this stuff, mouse entered. Doesn't seem to be working though. I don't know why this is like yellow. I think that means it's inherited or something. I don't actually know. It's a little odd. Also, for some reason, the size of this is just nothing, which is also odd. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Then all these... Those ones don't actually matter, but... Let's try that now. Still cannot click on it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Size is 48, so it should be clickable. It has all the signals. And it's in the planet click group. It's visible. Yeah, I don't know why I can't click on it. It's really odd. I mean, like, the other ones are easy, because this one is just... It's not even in the planet click group. I guess none of these are. Well, that one is. Oh yeah, the star is not, obviously, because... Oh. Also, this texture rec should not be in there. Yeah, so that one is there. And it seems to be fine. So I don't know what's up here. Is it that I need to, right, like inherit them? Or call super? No, because like Enceladus doesn't do that. What about, Tyria? What do I have there? No, I mean, it's just normal. Tyria actually extends the planet class. This one. Which is just a planet button. So let's just make it extend that. I really hope that doesn't reset everything over in here. Okay, we're good. The only thing I can think of is that it doesn't have an ID. Starground region. I don't even know what this planet's going to be called. I'm just going to call it desert for now. Yeah, I don't know though. I don't know why it's not letting me click on it. It's pretty weird. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Let's go to the regions table. Add it in. Right now it's just gonna be a copy of Enceladus, basically. Desert. The position, so this one's gonna be... Where do I want this one positioned? I'm probably gonna go horizontally out, so minus 40,000. I just hope that we don't start getting into floating point errors with the player movement. Because the further out you go from the center, that you'll lose accuracy with floats, which is kind of an issue. I don't know really how far we have to go before that's a real problem, but that's something to keep in mind. Okay. Please work. I don't know what's wrong with them. I really hate that it's inheriting from that other planet, because it's so weird. I wish this wasn't an inherited scene, because it just makes everything really whack. I don't know how to get rid of that. I don't think you can. See, like, I can't disconnect these methods for some reason. I mean, I can connect them again, I guess, but that doesn't seem to matter. Please work is the most used sentence in game dev, yeah. I'm just, like, confused. See, this is the thing. It's inheriting this planet thing. And that's connecting these. It's probably just because this one isn't connected. So hopefully that works. I mean, I don't even know why it inherits this thing at all, right? Like, why is this an inherited thing? This shouldn't be a scene. Like, it's just a mess. I don't know. This, the way it's all set up is just kind of jank. I'm gonna be real. I think I just need to copy all these nodes and move it over to a new scene that isn't inherited by anything. I do really love these shaders, but they are a mess. I think, scene inheritance in Godot is really bad. Just how it's set up, because you can't, like, see really easily what it's inheriting and stuff, and it's just not good. So okay, make sure these ones can't be clicked. Let's go see. Nope, still can't click it because it's all stupid. Let's frickin' fix this. Can I remove inheritance? I don't think I can. Clear inheritance. There we go. So now this should just be itself. But it's not? Oh, God. It still has these signals connected that I can't disconnect. You ready to go 4.4? Yeah, nice. Not a big fan of the game tab. Yeah, that's fine. I do personally actually like the game tab, but you know, to each their own. That's why they let you disable it. I'm really confused on like what this is, what's going on here. Right? Because I can't go to these methods that are connected. So I don't even know, what's going on here. I can't disconnect them. Hey, what's up? Welcome in. How are we doing, Double V? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Just trying to figure out some stuff here. I don't know what is going on though. Go to source. Unbind signal arguments. That's nothing. See, it says it's already connected to on GUI input in that object. This is really confusing. Right, because these are here, and I can't disconnect them. It's really weird, guys. I cleared the inheritance, so I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna copy these and make a whole new planet. Tired of it. Just gonna create a new scene and call it a lava world. And this is just going to be a type of, yeah, control node. Okay. So that's the lava world node. Let's go copy these. Copy, back into the lava world, paste. Okay, so here's what we have now. This doesn't have any things here. I'm going to attach the script. We're good. Mouse entered, connect. Mouse exited, connect. And GUI input, connect. Okay. Add it to the group, and we should be okay. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, it's, Scene inheritance in Godot is an absolute mess. It causes so many issues, and I'm never able to get it to work right. Been skimming through code for work all day. We got going on in here. Yeah, I'm working on getting a new planet added to Starground. So this is going to be another dungeon planet. It's going to be like a lava... I mean, well, you guys will see. It's hard to explain because there's also like 3 levels to it. But the top level we're going to be working on is like top of abandoned skyscrapers. So yeah, right now today I'm just sort of getting the... like the infrastructure set up for generating multiple dungeons in one world and also clearing them out and stuff. So I'm just trying to get this button working so we can actually click on the planet and go there. But it's definitely proving to be annoying right now. It was inherited to another scene and just causing me a million issues, so... But hopefully now it'll be fine. I just uninherited it. So let's see if this works. Then mouse should be stop, of course. Okay. Let's try this out. From RPG, with all the UI going on, the game tab has been quite handy, and I didn't find the node that's out of sync. Yeah. Yeah, I've really liked the ability to click on nodes and stuff in the scene. It's just handy. Like, if there's something weird going on with the player or something, I can just click on the player and then see all their variables live. It's very nice. I have been enjoying the game tab. And I like loading it in here because I don't have to constantly mess with like, open up this window and then it's overlapping the editor. It's just nice. It's a convenient location, so. Oh, you also got a quest 3. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I still just have a quest 2. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I still can't click on this. And now it shows these again. On GUI input, it says it's connected. So it should be running the ones in here. And since that inherits another one, it should be running the ones in here. So it'll say highlight if global end game on GUI input, right? All this stuff in here. Then everything in planet click, reset it. I have no idea why I can't click on it. Let's just double check some other things in here. See, this is what this thing is useful for. I can just click on it. This is the Lava World one. And the time is incrementing like normal. Planet size is normal. I mean, all this stuff seems kind of okay. Path, planet size. Scale, size is 48. And mouse is set to stop. I'm kind of confused on this one. I do not know why I cannot click on it. Why it's not receiving any input from me. I have no idea what I'm doing wrong. I mean, I'm open to ideas if you guys have any. But I don't know. All those should be fine. They're just visuals. This is running super. I have mouse entered and exited and GUI input connected. Debugger, yeah, to show what's been clicked. I mean, I know that it's not getting clicked though. Where even is that? MISC? There's no miscellaneous. Or you, oh, you mean the debugger. Sorry, my bad. Miscellaneous. I remember, I feel like I've... Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, last click control. It does show that I clicked on the lava world here. It's just like a weird signal issue. I don't think it's an issue with the sizing or the mouse mode of the planet. It's just for some reason these signals aren't working. I think what I'm gonna do is this. I'm just gonna say, maybe just connect up the signals procedurally or like programmatically in here. Not in there, but in a Star Launcher button. So let's add all that stuff. Then I'm just gonna say in here, mouse entered dot connect on mouse entered, right? Mouse exited dot connect on mouse exited, and GUI input dot connect on GUI input. GUI. Yeah, no, I'm saying that right. We'll see if that works. And then just stop connecting these manually, because all of these planets should have those connected anyways. There doesn't seem to be any point to doing it ourselves. It should work. Just for fun, let's go to back into here, and then on this one, the Space Hub. Let's disconnect those because that's just a simple one that we can test really quick. Because that's just directly inheriting the Star Launcher button, because it's not a shader planet. So let's see what that does. Still a little bit of tea left in here. Yeah, it's just I hate how these planets are organized, right? With like how they're inheriting another random empty scene. It just doesn't make any sense. What I need to do is just go through and I don't even know why this planet.gd thing is like a thing, right? It's just really confusing. And there's so many functions in here that don't do anything. I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. Okay, well, it worked for all the others. but I still can't click on that one for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, it shows in here that I am clicking that one. Right? Is it because I'm clicking? Okay, wait. It might be because these. I think it's this. That's so stupid. There we go. God dang it. So what it was that I was clicking on these color rects instead of the actual node. That's a little frustrating. But it's fine now. We're finally good. Ugh. Stupid. Alright. Anyways, now we can set the data and stuff for this planet, and hopefully it'll work. So this is going to be Starground, region desert. Let's try that. Yeah, I still want to get rid of a lot of these in here, because honestly, all I want for these planets, it's not something that anybody's going to modify live, right? I know that it's all set up for that, but all I want to be able to do is just change it in the editor, and that's just how the planet is. So I can really simplify a lot of this code in here and make it better. Not better, but just more catered toward my use case, right? Okay, so it shows desert, and then if we click launch, we will go to the desert. Okay, so it sent us to... Okay, it did generate a dungeon, which is interesting. You can see that it generated a dungeon right here. So normally we teleport here, right? But now we went minus 40,000 out instead. I'm not really seeing any noticeable floating point errors build up. Like, just as my character moves around. It doesn't look bad or anything. I think it seems fine. Yeah, so I think we're okay. Do I tempt fate? Sure. I messed up, guys. Okay, so the dungeon totally works here and stuff. I am gonna have to change things around. Oh, there's one more guy right here. So normally what happens when we go to a dungeon like this, so let's go to our spaceship thing. Devil's secret color. Security deactivated. I know, it's crazy. Hacked in, guys. So when I click on this, on Star Launcher button, right down in here, on here, this is where I set it to be the selected planet. And then I say this dot planet, and that is this thing. So that has a planet. And then whenever we run launch down here, it does this. Node dot start, and then node is just the player. So we say start launch on the player. So let's go to the player and see what it's doing to generate the planet. I think it's just checking if it's the type of dungeon, and then if it is the dungeon type, it generates one. So in here, we're saying all this stuff. On Star Launcher finish, so that's where we actually do the teleporting right here. Yeah, so see, this is just running create dungeon. And that's pretty much it. And that's passing in the current region ID. So in create dungeon, we can go there and see. So yeah, it should be using that region ID in generate level. So let's go check on that. Level ID. So I'm just going to print here just to make sure that the dungeon region is set to the new one. It's just going to look like the exact same dungeon because we haven't made a new tile set or anything yet, but it should be okay. So let's just quit, reload the game, see what it says. So it should say down here, what did it say? Whoa, that's a lot of rooms. Yeah, Starground region desert. So it is indeed the desert. So yeah, it's working. Now, one issue that we're definitely going to start running into is how the dungeon clearing works. Right now it's set up so that everything is just in this group just called dungeon, right? But that's obviously a big issue if we have multiple dungeons, because if we clear one dungeon, that doesn't necessarily mean we want to clear the other one, right? So you can see where that becomes kind of a problem. So I'm just going to search everywhere where we mentioned that group name, right? So all this stuff in here, there's not actually that many references to it, but I think it's just all the nodes that I've manually set the group to, like in decorations and stuff, so that's going to take a while to fix. But in here, when we say fish add to group dungeon, we need to specify where this, right, because this extends dungeon room. We know the coordinate or the ID of this, so we just have to say fish add to group dungeon ID. And that's how we can do that, so. Snooze that ad. And it's going to be same with all this stuff down here. We're going to have to figure this out because the mini-map stuff is only set up to work for one dungeon. And obviously that's not going to work because it's got to work for different dungeons. So yeah, there's going to be kind of a lot of work to be done here, but this is why I wanted to get started. This one in here. This is deleting dungeon objects, but now this has to be only for a specific dungeon. So. And launcher add to group dungeon. Yeah. So. This is going to be a lot of work. I don't know why I'm adding the launcher anymore like this. Because honestly, I don't think I need to do that anymore. On tree exiting, launcher.q free. See, it's just kind of stupid. Let's go into the exit room and change that, I think. Okay, so this is the exit room. What I'm going to do instead for this, which just makes way more sense, is grab our star launcher and just drop it in. I don't know why I was doing it the other way before. And all I'm going to say on here, ordering, Y sort's already enabled, so we're good to go. Now this star launcher we can just set in here, so it'll be permanent, and we're done. We don't have to do it in code anymore. So, yeah. And you even have a thing can break. I don't even think can break is a thing anymore. Yeah, where even is that? Is it up in here? Where the heck do I use can break? Huh. I guess can break was kind of before permanent was a thing. I guess can break is for temporary cannot break things. I think that's what that is. That's why I use it in the vehicles and stuff, because they aren't permanent, but you can eventually break them. But that's why this one doesn't make any sense, because that shouldn't be on can break. That should just be permanent. So hey, Seki, what's up? How's it going? What's going on? So yeah, we'll just set that to that. And then now we don't have to do any of this stuff. And let's also just go ahead and... let's see. Yeah, I wonder how I do it for the other one. I think if it's in group permanent, it doesn't save. Let's go take a look at the other star launcher I have in the space hub. Because I just have a star launcher sitting in there, but I don't ever let it save. I just say permanent. I think I have it somewhere where permanent also disables saving, which is good. Probably spelled permanent wrong. How do I spell permanent? Permanent. If permanent, remove from group. Yeah, we're good. Going good. Had the interview today. It went decent. Nice. That's awesome. How's it going for me? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just I'm getting the game ready for a second dungeon region. There's a lot of code that I'm gonna have to go through and modify, just because it was never really meant for multiple dungeons. So yeah, that's sort of what I'm working on right now, but hopefully I can get that all set up. Yeah, so star launcher is permanent. Hopefully that'll work now. Because before, what I did is I have this group name, and it's just called dungeon. Right, like this. And that's what I use to mark things as being something that should be broken. Right, or like deleted when a dungeon is cleared out. So like in stuff like this, yeah, I have this, I think I have it in a group called dungeon. I'm just gonna have to go through and fix all this stuff. It's gonna be a lot. But it's fine. Made 66k in one day of Stardew. Let's go. And yeah, from 200 melons. That's crazy. Thank God another cauliflower incident didn't happen. Yeah. Good. The dreaded cauliflower incident. Alright, we got an ad starting soon, by the way, gamers. First time, make it work. Second time, make it work well. Exactly, right? Yeah, the first time I went through all this dungeon stuff, it was just to get the basics in. I wasn't really planning ahead for multiple dungeons and stuff, but now I've got to do that. And it is what it is. So yeah, there's a whole load of things we're gonna have to do in here. It's a lot. The title of data or is in group dungeon. So in here, I'm just gonna pass in dungeon ID. I did export the fix, right? Did I? 347? No, it was at the same time. Shoot. Okay, well, before I start breaking everything in the game, I'm going to not do that. I'm gonna go build the game again because I don't want April Fools to be active for a month. So this random planet that got generated here is kind of awesome. It's like an Earth planet with the rivers. That's something that I think is really cool about these planets, is because you can kind of use them however you want. All right. The lava world is a quote-unquote lava world, but this just looks like it has a bunch of cool rivers of water, right? So it's pretty cool stuff, actually. No atmosphere, one of them. I look familiar, guys. Islands. That's the main Starground. Viridian. Haven't used that one. Haven't used that one either. That's what a Tyria is. Haven't used that one yet. Ice World, one day. Asteroid, haven't used that one. Black hole. Galaxy is pretty sick. Maybe that'd be a wild update to the game. I add a new galaxy. Or maybe even just a new solar system. Right? Like we get a new star. It'd be like, because the one that we have now is like not a main sequence. It's a blue star. It's gonna burn out soon. But we could do like a red dwarf. That'd be pretty cool, right? You know? Like do that and then... Oops. Like, come on, game. Like that? Gonna be really tiny, you know? That'd be pretty sick. And it wouldn't really have any flares. I can disable the flares because red dwarfs are chill guys. Or maybe we go crazy mode. We have a super massive star and it's orange and evil. Okay, so that's the color of the rays. You know, it's like this. I don't know. Whole bunch of ideas we could do. All right, ads are over. Sorry, everybody. Okay, what was I checking? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, I was just gonna go make sure. I'm gonna export the game again to fix the April Fool's mistake I made. So let's go to the dungeon super quick. Oh, and I have to hide the desert. Okay. And just say zoom limit false. Where's the exit room? It's over there. No clip. True. Play Minecraft out here. Move speed 3 times. Okay, I'm just making sure the star launcher in here works, right? No clip false for just a second. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So that's all good there. I'm just double checking on that. Let's make it so this planet is not visible. And we're gonna export. Hey Robbie, what's up? How's it going? What's going on? Watch the Minecraft movie? Yeah, so I also watched the Minecraft movie. I watched it yesterday. Yeah. What do you guys think about the Minecraft movie? Yeah, honestly, I went into it expecting to hate it. I wanted to hate it, but it's weird. It's kind of the worst good movie ever, if that makes any sense. If you look at the movie from an objective standpoint, right? It's a terrible movie. It's super generic and it's boring and the references are super obscure, and unless you've played Minecraft, you would be super confused and hate it. But it's just not, though. It's fun. The objective experience is terrible, but the subjective experience is great. It's just, it was actually kind of funny. I thought the humor was pretty good. I was worried that a lot of it was going to be like Minions type humor, you know, fart jokes and stuff every 2 seconds, but it wasn't, which was very nice. It was actually kind of funny. So I thought it was pretty good. I'm not going to spoil anything, but yeah. I'm actually it's kind of a little epic. So I didn't mind it. I don't know how Steve got those elytras, yeah. I think the going theory right now is that somebody else was in that world and Steve found them, so somebody else killed the Ender Dragon, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it does mean the Ender Dragon must have been killed. But we didn't see Steve kill the Ender Dragon. I mean, he didn't even really know about the Nether, so there's no way he went to the end, right? Unless he got a really lucky seed and his portal was already filled in with all the Eyes of Ender. But I don't know. Boots of Swiftness? They're from the Minecraft dungeons. Yeah. I remembered them. I was like, oh yeah, those are from dungeons. It's weird that they're in the game or in the movie, but It is technically Minecraft. I think they just added it in because they needed something like that, right? Like an OP item so that they can make a cool golem. But yeah. It wasn't bad though. It was a pretty good movie. I enjoyed it. And I don't even mind it. Okay, so that's going to pass in a dungeon ID now. We're going to go back to delete dungeon objects. So this is calling delete dungeon. So this is where we destroy the dungeon and stuff. So yeah, we're going to have to change this from just a bool that's in dungeon probably to an ID of what dungeon they're actually in, because that's kind of an important distinction, I think. So is this run just on the server? It should be. Yes. Okay. So essentially this is just going to be checking every so often. It loops through all the players. If a player is in that dungeon, then we don't destroy the dungeon. Yeah. So it should be pretty much fine. I guess what I'm also going to do is loop through. We're going to have to get a list of all the current dungeons in the game, which is not too hard, hopefully. I wonder how I'm going to do that, though. Honestly, I think it would make more sense to do this logic check on a timer, you know? Because it is a little, stupid how I'm doing it right now. Or what I could do is just attach it to something like the world time or something. I don't know. Yeah, let's change this. I think it's gonna be better this way. So let's go into here, hide all this crap, and I'm gonna create a timer here. This is gonna be dungeon clear timer, and we'll just say auto start every 1 second. Cool. And then signals, timeout. Connect to here on dungeon clear timeout. And now I'm just going to grab this stuff in here. Boom. Get rid of all this garbage. Go down to here. Right. Boom. Okay. I'm also going to say if global dot in game, because otherwise we don't want this to be running outside of the game. And we're also going to have to loop through all the dungeons because, whoa, our new raid thing gets to be used. Welcome in, Mars. What's up? Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. How's it going? What were you up to today? Okay, so this is gonna be... Yeah, we have to loop through all the dungeons. So I'm just gonna say for I in... Global.dungeon IDs or something? Probably be the best way to do this. Alright. Yeah, we're currently working on Starground. I am going back through a lot of old code. I'm kind of getting things ready for another dungeon, just so we can have multiple areas that get cleared out and stuff. When I set it up initially, there's so many unknowns, I didn't spend the time to actually, get it configured to have multiple dungeons. I just didn't know. So, but it's fine. Working on a small plugin for UE5, just something I can put on Marketplace and feel the dread of people asking for support. Yeah. Nice, that's awesome though. Yeah, I'm just building up toward the next dungeon stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be a new dungeon, so thank you for the hydrate. It's going to be kind of like a desert trash planet. So think Wall-E. You know that little guy? The planet that he's on, well, it's Earth, but it's gonna be covered in lots of garbage and dust. So that's the idea anyways. Basically like a desert planet, but it also has remnants of a past civilization. So. Hey, Deflux, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm going to be looping through the regions table, and I'm just going to create a list of all the different dungeons. Just a list of IDs. That way I can check if a dungeon is empty or not. So I'm just going to say for dungeon IDs is an empty array. Then I'm just going to say if I think it's type. I have to double check the regions table. Yeah, region type. If it's a dungeon, then we do it. So let's see, back to global. So if I'll just call this region. If region.region type is equal to mod API region dungeon, then we say dungeon IDs dot pushback region. So that's it for that. Pretty easy. Can I ask you an off-the-cuff question? Sure. Yeah, do it up. Okay, so that'll give us a list of all the different dungeons. Hey! Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. It's awesome. Or is you a bad word? Slinging code. Is this true? It's partial. I am slinging code right now, but it's mostly just fixing my old mistakes, so it's not that cool. But I appreciate it. Yeah, just trying to fix all those stupid decisions I made. I mean, they weren't stupid, but it was just like, it's fine. This is just normal refactoring that comes with new stuff like this, right? Give them positive vibes, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just can't really say that it was a... It's not like I made a mistake. I mean, the game works and stuff. It's just... Yeah, it's just time to update things. Bring Starground into the modern era. So now what this will do is... God, would this stop lagging? So it'll loop through all the dungeon IDs, and it's going to check all this stuff for each dungeon. So that's what we needed here. So it's going to say, get the nodes and players. I'm going to have to change that now on the player, because before we just had a little variable that says in dungeon, but now what I actually need to check is if, like, their region ID, and see if it is a dungeon or not. And because I need to know which dungeon it is. That's kind of the issue here. Essentially, this is just checking for whenever a dungeon is empty, go ahead and delete it. So I need to go back to the player. I don't think players have their own variable for current region ID, unless they do. Because if they do, I don't need that in-dungeon thing anymore. Region. It's probably called current region. Because we have a global one, but I don't think players actually have one set in here. Let's run through and make sure, though, before I duplicate code. We have username, skin ID, mining, weapon, inventory, new region, which is kind of what we want, but it's not an exported variable. Yeah, so I think we should change this around a little bit then. I don't think I need to know the in-dungeon variable, honestly, anymore. I just need to know what the region ID is of the player. You just say I'm still banned for your stream, but I just regard what they say, yeah. So let's go to wherever I set in dungeon. And I will keep the in dungeon variable around, but see, like, okay, so that's all it's doing. It's just setting it, if you're the authority, set it to whether you're in the dungeon or not. So then all we're gonna do is just say up where we have in dungeon, export var current region is gonna be type string, and by default it's gonna be Starground region Viridian. And now in process, wherever we set in dungeon, we're just gonna say current, oh, I can't type, region is equal to global dot current region. So yeah, all this variable is just for multiplayer. So sort of like where I'm syncing, which one is it? It's not in there, it's in a player. Oops. I think it's in, not the server synchronization, player synchronization. In here, we should say, yeah, in dungeon right there. I'm just going to add a new variable now for the player for current region. And that's just going to sync on change. So, pretty easy. That should be it. Took such a nice little nap. Nice. Naps are pretty epic. Naps are also kind of a risky maneuver, though. I feel like with naps, whenever I take a nap, it's like a 50-50 whether I wake up actually feeling more energized or just more tired. I don't know. It's a coin toss. I don't know what the proper, like, nap sleeping amount is. I feel like a little 30-minute nap, that doesn't work. Because I can't even get to sleep in time, you know? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, naps are tricky. Alright, so now what we're saying here is, instead of just saying, are you in a dungeon, say, if I dot current region, right? So I'm gonna say this is player. I wish I could statically type that. Oh, wait. Can I? Can I just do that? Oh, I can. Okay, cool. So if player.current region is equal to dungeon ID, then we say don't destroy the dungeon. Otherwise, if nobody's in the dungeon, then yeah, we say in here, do the stuff. So what we're saying is dungeon, get node or null, dungeon. So instead of that just being called dungeon, the node, I am going to be renaming that to the ID of the dungeon. So that's just going to be plus dungeon ID. And then if the dungeon exists, delete the dungeon, delete the objects. And then in all this one now also is takes in a variable for the dungeon ID. Destroyed dungeon. I'm just gonna put the dungeon ID in there so I know which one got deleted. Hey, Mystical Cell, what's up? How's it going? What's going on? Okay, so that should work now. I think that code's all set up. So we need to change the name of the dungeon node when it gets created, and I know exactly where that happens. It's in here. On create dungeon. So basically we're just checking here if the dungeon is null, but now instead what we're doing is we're going to check if world plus region ID is null. Then we're going to say dungeon is that, add it, set the position. And then I'm also going to say dungeon.name is equal to region ID. So that should work. So now, theoretically, we should be able to have multiple dungeon nodes. There's still a lot more work that we're going to have to do for this, but we're getting closer. Clear dungeon items. That's going to have to change. This one's kind of bad because I'm just deleting any item that's less than 5,000, but we have to do that per region now. Only took a nap because I was actually tired from all day, so I don't feel too bad from waking up. Yeah. Not much, just, yeah, work, recovering from being sick. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, my brother got pretty sick recently. I'm glad that I didn't also. I was kind of worried about that. Also, I'm going to do this, get closest... what is it called? Region... Get region at position. I.global position. So this is a way for me to check which region that these items are in. So, var region will be that. Do I have get region ID at position? I do. So let's do that, actually. So that's going to return the region ID of whatever the closest region is to that item. And then I'm just going to say if region is equal to dungeon ID, which is what we're going to pass in here, then we say queue free. So that should be it. Now in here, instead of just clearing some random dungeon items, I'm only going to clear out the ones of the dungeon that we're actually generating. So that should fix that. I'm sure there's still a lot of things I'm going to have to go through here and fix, but let's keep going through. So really anywhere where I do this, where I make a string called dungeon, that's going to have to be replaced, right? Because it's not, it doesn't use that anymore. Yeah, so I'm also going to have to do that in the, oh god, all the rooms. Because they're all set to have an ID of just dungeon, or in the group dungeon. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of work. Boy. Ooh, it's okay. Yeah, this one in here where I check dungeon, that's not good. That doesn't work. I think what I want to check for this instead is this. On API, and I get region ID at position. So if I'm in that group, global position, then that means we're inside of the dungeon. Okay, resource constructor. I don't use the resource constructor anymore, so should probably just delete that, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's anywhere where I use it anymore. Let's double check here. Do I use the resource constructor anywhere? I do in here, actually, which is interesting. So I guess I do still use it. I'm going to change is dungeon to dungeon ID. Right? Type string. If dungeon ID is not equal to an empty string, then add it to the group dungeon ID. That should fix it. Now instead of saying is dungeon, we're going to say dungeon ID is equal to region, let's see. Because this is inheriting from dungeon room. This has a variable in here for dungeon region, yeah. Cool. All right. Question for you, other than Godot documentation, have you found any other resources you can recommend for Godot? Yeah, for peer-to-peer multiplayer specifically. So, hey, Zalian Ellis, thank you for the follow. I've read through the docs, watched a couple videos, but still having some trouble understanding some stuff. Yeah, it was tricky first learning like all the multiplayer stuff. I think I don't even really know. I honestly, to be honest, the way that I learned how to do the multiplayer is just through trial and error. As much as that sucks, the documentation on it is there, but it doesn't really go into the nitty-gritty of a lot of things, which is kind of unfortunate. I really think the best resource for the multiplayer stuff is probably YouTube videos, although yeah, I've had a lot of trouble trying to figure things out. That's why multiplayer has been such a nightmare sometimes. But one of your resources is me. I can help because I've been through the trouble and the struggle, you know, of trying to figure out all this stuff. So if you have questions about multiplayer stuff, I can tell you, and I can probably, it'll probably be more helpful than documentation or YouTube video, because I've actually done it and got it working. And with the most up-to-date Godot version. There is a lot of documentation for older versions, and then you waste all your time going through it and setting it up, and you're like, oh wait, this like doesn't actually work anymore. Yeah, I'm always like free on Discord and stuff. If you have a question about multiplayer stuff, you can just at me in the programming channel. I am totally happy to answer over there. But I mean, other than me, yeah, I would just say YouTube videos. I think that's really your best bet. I've thought a lot about like putting up more YouTube videos and stuff on multiplayer things that aren't really described in the documentation. I mean, the documentation is fine, but it's a very general overview. You know, just like, okay, how do you send an RPC and stuff? But it really doesn't, I don't know. I don't think it does a very good job. So, yeah, there's a lot of messages on here. Yeah. Hosting considerations. I think also one of the biggest helps, honestly, for getting the multiplayer stuff working is find a good example project. There is an official Godot example project, I think, of multiplayer stuff. That helped me a lot, just being able to go and dig through the code and see what they're doing, you know? Multiplayer example. I don't know where it is. Project. It's somewhere. I think it's in the official Godot repo. Like, it's in here, and then you can go to... it's somewhere in here. Is there an examples thing in here? I thought there was one. But maybe I'm also crazy and there wasn't. Maybe the one I'm thinking of is the Steam multiplayer peer one for the Steam stuff. I could have sworn there was like an official example one somewhere though. I don't know. But yeah, I would look around for free example projects online too. That really helps a lot. So, hey, what's up? New to the stream, great stuff. Gonna stick around for sure. Awesome, yeah. Question for you, do you do any sort of tests? Yeah, like unit tests. I don't do any unit testing just because there's a lot of good reasons why I don't. I think first off, I'm just one person. Basically, any time that I spend writing unit tests is time that I'm taking away from just fixing the issue in the first place, if that makes any sense. So it's definitely a good idea to do unit testing with like massive teams and stuff where issues are very likely to happen, but it's just hard to do that like and justify that as one person programming. And also games are just kind of inherently difficult to do unit testing with because they change so much, and also because what happens in games is such a input dependent situation. Like to write a unit test for what happens when a player dashes or moves in a specific spot in a room or something. I mean, you can do unit tests for general stuff, but so much of game development is just pure random user input, and not just like what happens when make sure that 1 + 1 is 2. Like, it's easy to do with a program where you're just inputting numbers and stuff, but it's really hard to do that with a game because it could be, there's like a trillion different variations for how people press the keys on their keyboard. So it's just not a very standard thing to do in the first place. But yeah. Yeah, this might be it, I think. Yeah, demo projects. Yes. This is the one I was looking for. I guess it's where was that? I don't know. I didn't see it in here. But yeah, this has multiplayer Pong and multiplayer Bomber in here. These are really helpful. So I would definitely suggest taking a look at these because it was great being able to just see like a project that actually uses multiplayer. Because you can look through like, okay, how does it set up the lobby and how does it do all this stuff, So I definitely recommend taking a look at this for multiplayer stuff. Thank you for linking that. I appreciate it. Weird question about motivation. I know I should just pump out games to learn, but making stuff I don't care about much, yeah, feels overwhelming. I totally understand that, yeah. The only thing I can think of is making a game maybe with my own character assets and stick them in a bunch of games. Yeah. I do totally understand that struggle. I think it's so hard because for a lot of us, making our games is like a passion project. And so when we start working on a game, we don't want to just finish it quickly in a couple months and then, move on because it's like we want to work on our ultimate, projects, our long-term like hobby games. So that's always a really difficult thing to manage. I think it's just I don't know, it's definitely hard to move on from things that you care about, right? Because it feels like you're I don't know, like losing things in a way, right? But I think something you could do, I don't know if this is necessarily the best idea, but I mean, in a lot of ways, the games that I've worked on in the past were kind of smaller segments of Starground. So like Pogo Rocket had a couple things that I do in Starground, like saving and loading, and I think that helps a lot because it's like, I don't know, how do I put this? I'm a programmer, I feel like playing around with one mechanic that you find interesting would help. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely hard. Yeah. I think at a certain point, it's, as much as it sucks, you do have to realize that you have to make that tough decision to move on to a new game. Because as cool as the idea is, or as attached to it as you are, sometimes it is, better to just, you gotta move on to a new thing. I don't know. Yeah, the emotional side of it is tricky, right? Yeah, I'm just reading over this again. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's definitely like one way to go about it. It's just, I mean, so what if your game is overscoped? I mean, the first game, it's fine. As long as you're still moving through things and learning, I think that's the most important thing. people's first games usually always take way too long. I mean, I know everybody always says, you know, hey, make a short little game for a month or whatever. But in reality, most people don't ever do that. Whenever I see somebody working on their first game, it's always like, oh yeah, I've been working on this for 3 years. And that's just how it goes for people. So I don't know if that's, I mean, the thing too is also like, I think you have to experience having a game take too long to understand why it's a bad thing also, right? Which I guess sounds like bad advice because it's basically I'm saying make a mistake on purpose, but you just have to, yeah, I wouldn't worry so much about how long you're taking, right? With the first project. Yeah. Just go at your own pace. Don't worry so much about that because maybe eventually you do realize, yeah, this is taking too long. And then just learn from that for the next project. And then you realize like, okay, I took 3 years to make this game. Maybe that's too long. If I did that in half the time, I could, you know, explore more ideas. I don't know. Yeah, those are just some things I can think of. First game to make a dream RPG. Yeah. I see a pretty wide range. Like some people are like, oh, it's been like a couple years. And then other people are like, I've been working on this for 10 years. I'm like, oh my God, that's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, having to make the mistake to learn. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, when I moved on from Pogo Rocket, because the game I worked on before Starground was Pogo Rocket, and it took me years to finish this game. Just because I was so busy with school and stuff. And it's easy to look back on this project and realize how much of a waste of time that was, right? Because I think I can look at like, okay, what I learned from this, I can learn so much more if I finish this game faster. And so that's what my goal was with Starground, because I was like, okay, I want to get this early access build up in like 6 months. And that was my sort of like internal deadline. And having like a deadline, it makes you, it makes the game better. When you don't really have like your own internal deadline with stuff, I think you tend to add on a lot of garbage that you don't need, which is bad. But with Starground, since I told myself 6 months, I was like, I really had to focus on like what actually matters for this game, which is a good little exercise, I think. So that's another thing you could try too, is like give yourself a deadline. Because I think it helps just speed things up and makes you think about what's important. I think that's a lot of the issue with like, you know, that attachment to your first game is like, if you don't have like a deadline, then you just start throwing in a million things. You start overscoping. Yeah, overscoping is hard. Yeah, game jams are a really good like training exercise in that sense of you really only have time to add in what is absolutely the most important thing to add. So, you know, that's a good thing. Yeah. That's always going to be a tricky thing. I think a lot of times it just comes down to like just your own internal discipline of like, I know working on this game for too long is bad, and so I'm going to set myself a deadline and get things finished, even if I don't necessarily want to, because I know long term it's better for my learning, you know. But yeah, it's hard. It's not something that you just like get, you know, snap your fingers and now you're all good. It's you gotta battle through it, I feel like. But yeah, it's hard. And I think another thing too is like part of that I guess like fear or desire to keep working on the same project, I think most of the time just stems from the fact that you're just not happy with where the game is at. You know, you feel like you need to keep working on it and it'll eventually get better and get to the spot that you want it at. But, so I think the way to speed that up and feel ready to move on to a game yeah, is set deadlines and you know, get rid of all the fluff. Don't overscope, because that always is a very bad thing and it makes things take too long. But yeah. Hopefully that helps. I'm just spitting out random garbage right now, but yeah. Okay, so we're creating these fish here. So this is the dungeon room. We're saying fish load. Fish add to group. Dungeon region. It helps things. More perspectives better. Yeah, definitely, for sure. Then I'm just going to make sure if the fish is not in the group. Mod API.get region ID at position, global position. So hopefully that'll work. So as long as we're not in that group, then go ahead and do that. We should be good there. And then this is all for the minimap stuff. I'm not super worried about that right now. I will get to that though. Okay, so that should be good. Okay, cool. So I think the only other thing is the minimap. We're gonna have to work on that because really how the minimap works is there's only one dungeon. So I'm gonna have to change that around because we have like current dungeon rooms and all that stuff. And then I set the dungeon to be equal to the dungeon node. Then also down here, I'm checking if it's in the dungeon, then go ahead and return it. So it's gonna be tricky. It's tricky because you don't want to overscope your original idea / layout of the game needs to be flexible at all times. Yeah, it's really hard. Yeah, the thing that I always try to follow is like, just don't be afraid to cut out content. Cutting out content doesn't mean that it has to go away forever, you know? Just put it on the back burner. It's stuff that doesn't like matter, right? So yeah, thank you for the follow. I always think like, okay, the feature that I'm adding or whatever I'm doing has to have some connection to gameplay. And if it doesn't, then I don't add it, right? And of course you do, you don't want to always follow that for every single thing you add into the game. I think it's a good idea to sometimes, stray away from that, because I think sometimes those little things are what gives your game character, but I wouldn't do those things early on. I think that's better left closer to the polished stage of your game, right? Okay, so this building group, see, it's checking if it's in the dungeon, but what buildings are even in the dungeon group? If I think about that for a minute. Because the loot chest, is that in the dungeon group? No. I don't even know why I do that then. Is in group dungeon. It's probably just a backup thing. Yeah, I think, I don't think I have to worry about that anymore. I think I used to do that like with the Star Launcher and stuff, but I don't, that's not in the dungeon group anymore, so hopefully. And then same with drawing the building. I don't think that matters anymore. Yeah. Hopefully. Now, right here, getting the dungeon ID, we do have to change that. Because that's just getting the dungeon node. We have to say, yeah, if global dot is in dungeon, dungeon tag is this thing. So we get the region ID and the current level. So current dungeon rooms is that. Then this is saying, let's get a new dungeon. So I have to know what dungeon ID that needs to be. I think what it needs to be is this. We have to say global dot current region ID. Yeah, that should work. Okay. So I have no idea if this is going to work. But we're going to try. I'm going to go load into the main dungeon, and then we're going to teleport to the desert dungeon and see if the map changes. It should, I think. Because that happens in process, so it's going to be constantly updating the dungeon rooms and stuff. Hopefully. We'll see. Might have to mess with the minimap stuff more. I don't know. Okay. Things crashed. Yeah, I'm stupid. I said a region in regions table. I have to say if regions table dot get region dot region type. Let's try that. Good luck. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I modeled that out in Blender. Or you modeled it, right, Ace? I can't remember who modeled it. Yeah, you modeled the rainbow thing in Blender, then I think I put the text on. I think that's what happened. So it was a team effort. But then I feel like at one point I also modeled the text in Blender. I can't remember. Yeah, we've had that logo for a long time now, so it's hard to remember. Because I think we had that since Pogo Rocket, right? Yeah. It's been like 4 years or something. Yeah, I can't even remember. Alright, this is dead again. What's going on here? So, current region is global.current region. Oops, that should be current region ID. Alright, let's give that another try. Ugh. Remember doing something in Blender, I think I got replaced. Yeah, something. I can't remember. But I feel like I remember rendering it in Blender at one point. Like, I know that I had the project at some point. I just can't remember. I wonder if we still have the old logo somewhere. I probably do. Hidden away in the files somewhere. I have no idea where that would even be, though. Maybe in my Pogo Rocket files I would have that. Let me go double check. Where would that even be? I haven't accessed those in so long. I think I have it on my desktop. It's like a little games icon. Pogo Rocket. No, it's not games. What is it? What is the folder? Dude, I can't even remember. It's where I used to put all my GameMaker files. Oh, game development, yeah. Pogo Rocket. Yeah, I doubt it's in here. But let me run through really quick and see. I have all the actual Pogo Rocket, like, logos. I guess I can show you guys what's in here. It's all just random icons and stuff for the game. This is the old Pogo Rocket here, guys. What do you think? Pretty crazy. Yeah, I don't know where it is. I probably don't have it anymore. Well, not in here at least. It's probably buried in a different folder. Yeah, that's the one you modeled. It's pretty epic. Oh god, I just had my sound files mixed in here. Nah, it's all good. Yeah, here we go. Pogo 3. It's crazy. Yeah, I should still have all the Blender files for Pogo Rocket too. I was never good about organizing those, though. They're all scattered around my computer. I thought there's 2 songs playing for a second. I don't think there is. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, pretty crazy. See if this crashes now. Hopefully it doesn't. Okay, so far so good. So if I go to the dungeon, let's see what happens. Okay. The minimap is broken, so that's gonna have to fix that. All these are also complaining that the signals are already connected, so that's fine. I don't know why the minimap is broken. We're gonna have to figure that out. But it seems kind of okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go teleport to the other dungeon. So literally all I'm gonna say for that is just TP minus 40,000, 0. And then that dungeon should clear out. Doesn't seem to be though. Let's also go look at, let's see, remote view, multiplayer. There should be a dungeon node in here. Oh God, I forgot about this. It's gonna crash. There's so many nodes. Oh God, I've messed up, guys. Dungeon. Oh, it's gonna be Starground. Shoot. Starground. Yeah, so there's Starground region and Enceladus. I don't know why it didn't set my new region here. Should have. Let's see what my region says it is right now. Player. And let's see what we got over here. It should be current region. Let's just search for it. Starground region. Desert. So I am in the desert region, technically. It did not clear the other dungeon, though, so I think our code is broken. Let's go double check that everything's fine in here. Oh God. Let me go to local, please. So we have this dungeon clear timer. This has auto start on and wait time 1 shot. I think it's because I forgot to actually make it activate again. I think I have to say in here dungeon clear timer dot well, 1 shot. Let's see here. Yeah, this is the timer will automatically restart. Let's print in here, just make sure it's working. Hey, off the rails, what's up? Welcome in. Okay, it's definitely printing, so this is being ran. It's just, for some reason, the, it thinks that I'm in the other dungeon. It's not clearing it, so let's see why. So for dungeon ID and global dungeons, so I'm just gonna print out dungeon ID. I should print out both dungeon IDs, the, Enceladus and Desert. Yep. So for player and player, or for player and get treated players. If my current region is equal to dungeon ID, then I say destroy dungeon is false. If destroy dungeon, then get dungeon at world dungeon ID. Maybe it's that it's not getting the right node, so I'm gonna print that, see what happens. Okay, so it is getting a null node, so that's the issue here. So I wonder why that is. Why is it Starground underscore region in Solidus? I don't think node names can have a colon, then. That's probably what's going on here. It's kind of an issue. Well, that's annoying. I guess I'll just say in here dot replace, right? Or colon with an underscore. And that'll probably fix that. So let's see if it clears out now. Doesn't seem to be. Although I don't see the node in here anymore, so... Oh, I think it actually did clear out. It's just because, all these rooms are in the wrong dungeon group. I'm running, dude. Move speed 50. I think that's what happened in here. So I'm gonna have to fix that. Yeah, really what we should be doing with the dungeon group is now not setting it in the dungeon itself, or like we need to set it when we generate the dungeons. So let's go do that. So if we go to the dungeon script, and when we add in all of our dungeon rooms, that's where we do it. Yeah. So generate level. It's gonna do like down here, build. This is when we actually create all the rooms. Right here, add child, call deferred room node. Okay. So I want to say after that. Room node dot add to group. What's the type of room node? Room node will be a type of dungeon room. And then we're gonna add it to a group dungeon region. So hopefully that works. And I'll actually clear the dungeons this time. Okay. And I'm just realizing my Enamime needs a bloodlust state. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. It's bloodlust state and on the hunt state. Right now, if the enemy can see you with the right cast and the water timer times out, he'll stop pursuing and just idle or walk away. Ah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's always good to have like just a variable to denote whether an enemy is like hunting another player, just so you can check in your timer, you know, if they're actively hunting or not. It's also good to have those variables for modding and stuff too, just so people can actually read the current state of an enemy. Yeah, I kind of have that with my enemies in Starground because I have a variable called like a target. And so if target is not null, then I know that an enemy is targeting onto somebody or attacking them. So it works pretty well. So, okay, this is going to add it to the group of the dungeon region. Hopefully that'll work. I also have to check inside of the dungeon room when I generate the enemies. I have to make sure that I'm adding them to the group that we're in, right? Yeah, because I don't think I am, which is odd. I say enemy, add enemy, and then I'm gonna say enemy dot add to group region, dungeon region. There we go. Hey, no one gonna be modding this game? Yeah, no, that's totally fair. This game I'm making for my daughter's birthday. Oh, okay. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's not just for modding. I think it's also just good for us, the developer, too. Yeah. So, enemies.size. Why am I printing that? Seems odd. Let me get rid of that. Okay, so this will also add the enemy to the dungeon group, so hopefully that works. I guess I also need to do that for everything else now, like the obstacles, right? Say hazard.add to group. Dungeon region. Anything that I'm adding in, I need to manually add the group because that's the only way for me to tell what dungeon that creature is supposed to be a part of. And then also same with, so we did obstacles, and then the same with the decorations. Okay, so that should work then, hopefully. Now, for the group name, I wonder if that can have a colon. I feel like that should be able to. Yeah. But let's go check it, see what happens now. I know we're getting a million errors in here. It's just because of all these Star Launcher buttons. We'll have to fix that. Let's load it back up. Ugh. Ooh, Godot. I need to get the new build. There's actually an update for Godot and for the multiplayer up here. 4.4.1. I need to get it. It's crazy that 4.5 is like already in development. Like they've got beta builds up already, which is pretty cool. I'll have to check those out. Okay, so we're back in the dungeon. Let's say zoom limit false. Oh, I know why the mini map is probably black. Okay, well, we can fix that. And then, let's see. I'm just gonna TP back to 0. And that dungeon should have cleared out. Yes, it did. Epic. Okay, so that fixes it. So it's just that the groups were not being set to whatever the dungeon is, so it wasn't clearing out properly. So if I zoom out and then I go ahead and say TP minus 40k to the other dungeon. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm saying erase buildings? What buildings am I erasing? In base null. I say exit tree, call minimap erase building. I wonder what building that was erasing from, right? Also, got ads going on now. My apologies. Okay, so that was from the Star Launcher. Shouldn't really be calling that. I guess I do want to check in here if it's a part of a dungeon group. So... I wonder how I'm going to do that, though. I guess I can do this. I can say var. Oh, let's just do this. Right. And if it's in the group of the region ID, then we return. And it's the same exact process up here. Big way to go. Ads. Oh my god. Thank you, Robbie. Yeah, I hate the ads, but you know what? I figured having one big ad break. I changed the ad frequency. It used to be 1 minute 30 seconds every 30 minutes, and now it's just 3 minutes every 1 hour. I just like, I think, the bigger ad break. I know it sucks. I hate it just as much as everyone else. Well, I'll talk about it after the ad is over. That's probably a good idea. Okay, so that should work. I think it's just clearing out. Trying to undraw a building inside of a dungeon. Which, the dungeons, we don't draw buildings, so... Come on, Ed. Let's get moving here. Okay, let's go see what happens here. Hopefully the game doesn't crash. And then the next thing in the next task will be fixing the minimap, because it's all broken now. I think when I added the minimap, I actually did set it up so that I can have multiple dungeons. So I think we're actually okay for the most part of the minimap. Okay, so let's say zoom limit false. Like that. And before I do the big reveal, I'll wait for the ads to be over. We have 10 seconds. Ads are over. Thank you for the hydrate. So yeah, what I wanted to say about the ads. I did change the ad schedule to be 3 minutes every hour instead of 1 minute 30 every 30 minutes, just because I felt like before the ad frequency was so high, I felt like I couldn't have a conversation without immediately getting interrupted, you know? I know it's a lot of ads, I hate it, but there's nothing I can really do about it. I think it's better to have the big ad break. Thank you for the posture check. Oh. Okay. So, let's teleport. Let's see what this does. Yes. You can see the dungeon got cleared. So it's working. Cool stuff. Alright. Not bad. Not bad at all. I feel like I see an item over there. Let's go, move speed 50. Let's go see if we can see what that is. So it's just a bunch of coins over here. You know what? I think those are dropping from the decorations. Thank you for the spin. I think I need to add some code to the decorations to stop it from dropping like that. Look how fast we move, guys. The animation is so fast. Move speed 0.1. Move speed 0.5. Yeah, so I think I just need to add a little bit of code to the decorations that stops it from dropping items when you break it, when you free it. That should be fine. It should also clear out the items, though. Out of curiosity, let's do this. If I teleport back to 0, and I go back to the dungeon again, will those items get cleared out? Right? Because I think it should clear items whenever I load into a dungeon. It looks like it did. Let's see. No clip true. Yeah, so I think we're okay. You know, what's kind of cool about the new dungeon system is that if you somehow exit the dungeon without dying, it doesn't break anymore. Like, if you just walk over here, the dungeon will still just disappear. Which is pretty cool. I thought. Oh, no, it doesn't actually call set region when you walk. But if you teleport or something out somehow, then yeah, your region gets reset. Now, I do see some things over here. Okay, new issues dropped. So, Tree of Wisdom is still alive somehow. He truly is eternal. Let's fix that. I think it's because for some reason in the Tree of Wisdom room, I actually, I have him being created through code. I used to do that because I thought he wouldn't show up or work on multiplayer if I add him to the scene. But I've now realized that is not true. So... so I can actually change that behavior now. Yeah, because I used to do it in here like this, where I'd call it deferred and all that stuff, but we don't have to do that. The music is broken again. Yeah, we have to fix that. Alright, so we can just plop them in. I think we're good. Cool. So that should fix that. Now he doesn't have to be a part of the dungeon group. Right, because he'll just be a part of whatever. Oh, that's why I couldn't see any groups. I'm just stupid. I was wondering why I only saw that group. I was like, there's no way that's the only group. I didn't know there's freaking history like this. It's kind of cool. Okay, get rid of the dungeon. Cool. The beginning. Alright, he's not a part of the dungeon anymore. He'll just be a part of whatever room he's in. Which is good. Also, let's get rid of his flash thing because I don't do it that way anymore. Get rid of this one. With the on-hit stuff, what I do now is I actually do that from Entity, I think. I say on-hit, and in here I set the color. Actually, I don't do it there. I guess I do have to do it. That's okay. So in here, wherever I deleted that from, just Control-Z it. Yeah, on hit right here. I'm actually just gonna say main sprite.modulate is equal to color, something like that. I have to go double check how I actually do that. I can't type. Yeah, on the animal I set it to 5. Right, so I just say 5, 5, 5, 1. And then I'm slowly lerping it back toward 1. I guess I'm already doing that anyways, so yeah. Oh, but that's only an enemy, not in the Tree of Wisdom, because he's not an enemy, he's a friend. That's why. Okay, but now that should all be set up properly. And just make sure I don't do this flash thing anywhere else, because it tends to cause a lot of issues. Okay. What is his script? Okay, he has his own Wise Tree script, yeah. Alright. Cool. We're slowly getting there. This is why I'm just kind of running around checking the dungeon stuff, because I need to make sure that all the stuff is actually getting freed, right? And I can't move. Did the game crash? Yeah, it did. So now when I hit him, I think he should just go white. Let's lower the move speed a little bit. Yeah. So that's working as intended now. Cool. These items spawn in, but we're gonna go change the decoration so it doesn't do that anymore. So right here, on tree exiting, I'm just gonna have another variable in here that's like drop items or something. I don't know. Wonder how I do that. How did I call it drop loot? Let's go look inside where we're freeing the dungeon. So in here I say, yeah, delete dungeon objects. We're saying if I is enemy, okay. If I is breakable decoration, drop loot is false. So now let's go back to or a breakable decoration. Drop loot, and then we're only gonna drop it if, yeah. So if in game and drop loot. Cool. So that should actually improve the performance of dungeon freeing too. All right, let's go take a look at his music because it's making me insane. Are you still here, Ace? I have an idea. I think I know what's wrong. Yes, I know what's wrong, Ace. Oh boy. Alright, so here's what's going on. August Nights is a 17-minute long file. I don't know how that got put in there, but guys, it's not supposed to happen. Yeah, it's the entire, that's why it's that. So yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. Are all the other ones, like the other ones, part of August Nights in there, or did you just send the whole file of August Nights? I don't think you're here anymore. I'll send you Doom. Yeah, that's kind of funny. So it's just the entire album, I think, as one file. Yeah. And that's why it still shows August Nights on the bottom. So yeah. I don't know. I don't know where I got that. Are you in the stream right now, Ace? No, I don't think he is. Okay, you're here now? Yeah. So yeah, it's just the issue is that it's just the entire album as a file. So I'm just gonna delete it, and that should fix her issue. But if possible, if you could send me the separate files. I don't even know where I got it from, to be honest. Yeah. So I'm just gonna delete that. I'm gonna make sure there isn't any more of those enormous, like, all-in-one files in here. I don't think there is. I don't think I can sort by... Yeah, I think that was it. So it's just a funny little quirk. I don't know what happened. So we're good now. Yeah, sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you. But yeah, whenever you get a chance, send me the separate song files, preferably. Oh, okay. That was before the great SSD death? Yeah. Okay. That's all good. Okay, anyways, back to Starground. So that should stop the decoration items from dropping. Let's go make sure, though. Man, I wish Scrap Mechanic would get finished, guys. I don't know if anyone here has played Scrap Mechanic. It's a fun game. I just, yeah. It's been in early access forever. I bet it's still in early access. I think it is. Yeah, it is. 2016. It's 10 years coming up, dude. That's stupid. Supposedly they're working on a new update, but man, a little disappointing. Wish they would hurry up and finish the game. Okay, let's see here. So let's go make sure the decorations are no longer dropping items. Dungeon. Okay, so if I say assume one false, and then I teleport back to 0, 0. If I go move speed 50 over there, oops, I'm gonna say no clip true. Then there shouldn't be any items over here anymore. And I am not seeing any, so I think we're good. Cool. So fast. Oh my god. Ontario, guys. Crazy. Let's go to the desert. Okay, so this should be the other dungeon it generated then. I don't know why all these doors are showing up as boss doors. That is kind of an issue. I think it's because there's some areas where I'm just straight up checking, is the region Enceladus? So I think I just have to swap that out for checking more dynamically. And it did generate the second level down here too, so I mean, it looks like we're pretty much fine. And see, it's funny, because this one's generated as, still as like the regular Enceladus. It does have the second level enemy stuff, but it's weird, right? Actually, it's probably because I went down, not the normal way. Let me see what happens if I do this. I move speed to like 3 or something. So if I kill Dreadcap really quick. It's nice being so fast. And now I go down. Okay, it does change. So it's just because on the other... Or you have to go through the hole in the floor for the tile set to update. It's a little quirky how I have to do that. But it's the only way it works. Alright. Cool. So, let's see, what's next here? Ultra zoom. Alright, so that's set up. Just thinking here. Yeah, let's do that. You gotta fix this. I think the mushroom boss doesn't have the ID, because I say on creation, boss, and then I don't actually set its group. So I have to say boss.add to group. Dungeon region. And same here. And now we're done. What's the difference here? I say change doors .rpc, and then here I don't say .rpc. Oops. Ugh. All right. That should be good. Just trying to think of anywhere else where I make mistakes with the dungeon stuff. Hopefully that's kind of it for now. Now, obviously the minimap stuff is completely broken, so we're gonna have to fix that. And I don't reference dungeon anywhere else, so that's good. Do I reference, you know, Enceladus? I think I do. If it's in the regions table, that's fine, but anywhere else, it's bad. That one's okay. Default as that is okay. But this is bad. Because I'm saying, if we're in Enceladus, then do that. Otherwise, do that. I don't need to check if we're in Enceladus. That just seems a little stupid. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how we can do, like, change the door sprites with mods. That's gonna be kind of hard. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that. Okay. Hopefully this will be good now, though. Stop telling me. I know. I know. And then, yeah, it's complaining about tweeners. I don't know where these are actually happening from, though. I wish it would tell me. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Okay. So, the other thing that is still definitely broken is the minimap. Let's take a look at the code for this. So, this is what it's going to do. It's going to say, get the region. Or not player minimap. Minimap.gd. This is where it does all the minimap stuff. No! Set up maps, that's all good. Process. If we're inside of a dungeon, we get this dungeon tag thing. If our current dungeon rooms are nothing, then say dungeon is that. Right? And now this, I think, is where the issue is coming from, because we have to convert this into the node format. So we have to say replace a colon with an underscore. And I think that's why the room, like the minimap, is just black. Because it's not actually building the dungeon minimap down there, because it thinks that the dungeon doesn't exist. We'll see. Oh, I didn't see this little message from Mars. Oh well, I missed that. Okay, let's go to continue and see if the dungeon works. Let's go here. Yes. Okay, so that was really the issue here. It's not that hard to fix. So now just to check over on the other side, I'm going to say... just teleporting to a new dungeon. If I go to minus 40k. It still seems odd. I mean, if I teleport back, it's back to normal. So if I teleport to the desert, is it just gonna show me... What will it show me? Okay, so it does work for the desert, I think. I mean, let's move around in some rooms and stuff. Okay. Interesting. Alright guys, I'm just not used to things working. But it doesn't seem too bad. I think it's just normal. It seems to be working as intended. The only issue that I could foresee with this is if we go from one dungeon to another from a dungeon. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but I can no-clip really quick and teleport out of this dungeon from the exit room, just see what happens. Enemy state machine is starting to shape up. Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, it's so nice to get stuff like that set up, because then once you have, like, the core, like, enemy class or state machine, then it's super easy to make a bunch more enemies. It's very nice. So welcome in, how's it going? Okay, so let's teleport to here. See what happens with the minimap. Okay. Okay. It just works. So I guess I don't have to fix everything. So that's pretty cool. I mean, I did get this set up for multiple dungeons when I first programmed it, right? So I guess that paid off, because now I don't have to do it. So if I go all the way up here, and then I go back to the desert, just to confirm, it should still work, right? Okay. Yeah, it's just working. I don't know, guys. I don't trust it. And then if I go back to Viridian, it should clear out everything, right? Yep, it showed down here. Deleted Enceladus and the desert. Awesome. Now, there are some items that were left behind here, and I think this is from the enemies. Yeah, you can see the corpses and stuff. I'm gonna have to fix that. I think the corpses are there because... if I go to dungeon, right? Or not dungeon. The corpse scene. I think before I just had that set as just in the dungeon group. But that doesn't work anymore. So I have to uncheck that. And we have to say... set the corpse group to whatever our current groups are, right? So if we go into an enemy here... So on queue free. Is this inside of our enemy script? Yeah. And then we have like a tree exiting check in here. I thought so. Excuse me. Before death is what I'm thinking about, I think, right? Okay, where did I say corpse? On death. Okay, so we load the corpse. Yeah, we have to set the group of the corpse to be whatever our location is. Yes. So, I'm going to say corpse.add to group, right? Mod API.get region ID at position, global position. Cool. Alright, so that should get rid of all the corpses and stuff. I do notice, though, that, like, clearing out the dungeon, it seems like it's not, the enemies are still dropping items and stuff, which is not supposed to happen. So in here, I'm gonna say... play death is false. Excuse me. And drop loot is false. So I'm not sure why that's still doing this stuff in here. Actually, it's probably because those corpses existed before we cleared the dungeon. Duh. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. And then also where I clear out the items. As items. Clear dungeon items right here. That's getting the region of each one, if it's a dungeon ID. Oh, yeah, we actually have to fix that. Clear, anywhere where I say clear dungeon items. Because I didn't realize I actually had that connected as a signal right here. Because I say on fully loaded.connect, right? Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, that shouldn't really matter anymore. Yeah, because if we just be good about clearing them out when it's time, I think it's okay. So let's not do that anymore. So then over here, for clear dungeon items, that's where we change this stuff now. So I think I want this clear dungeon items to happen whenever we clear the dungeon. So where is that at? Right here. Now, why would I even have clear dungeon items as a separate function, I guess, is the question here. But I'll just do it. Clear dungeon items, dungeon ID. Alright. That should help. We are getting there, step by step. I mean, we've got the code kind of set up so we can create a different dungeon, and it's like fundamentally a different thing. It has a different name and stuff, so we can have multiple dungeon nodes at the same time, which is very good. I do want to check for anywhere just to make sure where I say world dungeon, like I'm getting the dungeon node. Okay, good. I'm not getting it anywhere else, so that's a good thing. So I think that's pretty much it. I can't think of anything else I need to change here right now. Yeah, I think now it's just a matter of drawing the new tile set and stuff. So we need to do that. But I think all the programming stuff seems to be working okay, so that's good. So something I want to do is I kind of want like a shader in the background. I don't know how we're gonna do it. I might write my own shader, or we do it with particles. I'm not really sure yet, but I want it to look like in the background that it's like there's a dust storm raging on when we're actually in this dungeon. So the way we can do that, I've done this before with other areas inside of the player. We have this background canvas, and this one has the stars. I do want to change that because now this is not just for the dungeon, it's for other things too. So I'm going to rename this and just say space. So I'll say in here, if multiplayer authority, then say space.visible is equal to global that is in space, right? And we can add another node in here, another text direct. So let's do that, paste as a sibling. So space 2, well, this is just going to be called dust. And dust.visible will be equal to global.current region ID is equal to region or Starground region desert. Cool. Okay, so that basically works, and then now we can modify this to be the background of our thing here, of our desert. So I don't know exactly what I want this to look like. We're gonna do this with the shader most likely. But I'm still debating on how this is even gonna look. What we could do is we can also like add particles on top of this, so we can add a CPU particles, or in this case, we'd probably be better off with the GPU. Give it a new process material. And should be emitting now. I don't see it. Okay, it is emitting. It's super tiny. Now, the only issue with particles kind of meshing with UI stuff is that they don't follow the UI scale. It's kind of messy. Now, we could do something like this where we add a control node, set it to anchors, and then center bottom, just set size to 0. Center bottom, and then we put this inside of here. So now we can be sure that this will stay centered on the bottom of the screen. We'll also have to say in spawn, position, shape scale, we'll say box, and then this X is gonna have to be enormous. Yeah, like 1,000. Actually, probably way more than that, honestly. Maybe even like 5,000 or something. I'll just have to see. And there's not nearly enough particles here. So that's what it looks like that. That's pretty wide, so hopefully nobody ever sees past the, like, particle emitter. It's hard to guarantee that, but I hope. Now we can say accelerations, gravity, minus 98. So that's how we can get particles kind of meshing with the UI. Display scale, I'm just going to set minimum for 10. And for drawing, it's in here somewhere. Drawing. So we can set a texture for what this particle is. We do have the dust particle, which, I mean, kind of looks okay. I don't know if I'm actually going to use that one, but we'll see. And then let's also give this a random angle. We're going to need way more particles, probably. That's why I did GPU with this. Set the time to like 5 seconds, just until it gets to the height that we want. Right around there, I think it'd be cool if you could see like the sun in the background or something. Then back to here, we're gonna go to color curves, alpha curve. New curve. Make them fade out. I also don't like how gravity is like, it speeds up, right? I think it's always better to just disable gravity and just do initial velocity. So that's what we're gonna do. Because we can say direction is -1 on the Y. And maximum velocity of 1,000. Probably a little less than that. 100. And minimum velocity of 50? That's probably about good. And we can just set the maximum velocity a little bit higher so they go higher up. Okay, so this isn't perfect, but it kind of is reminiscent of like a dust storm in the background. We'll really just have to see what it looks like in game, I think, but it's kind of there. And then we can swap this texture out, maybe for a gradient texture. I don't know why this is... Okay, there we go. And maybe we do... I don't know what we want this to be like. I imagine pretty orangey, though. So no blue. Maybe a little more red than orange. What's up, Bushy? Yeah, we are, I'm currently working on, like a background thing for, the new planet. I'm just kind of messing around with the gradient right now. I don't know if this is actually what I'm gonna do for the final look, you know? But I think it's, kind of interesting. I just want it to look like there's like a dust storm raging in the background, right? So... that's the idea anyways. I'll have to figure out how to actually make it look like that, though. Easier said than done. Let's also grab some real colors here for dust. I want the dust to be like this color, probably. Now we go into here. We go to display, and we set the color of the dust. It looks so dark. I know it's not actually that dark. It's weird, though. Why does it look like that? Is it just an optical illusion? It might be. I don't think it is. I just think it's the wrong color. I wonder why it's so dark. It's a little odd. I don't know. I mean, maybe it is the gradient. It's probably just that it's an illusion. No, it definitely is too dark. I don't know why it's like that. That's weird. Because look, I mean, this is the color that it should be, right? It's not that color. There's no way. So what? Why is it the wrong color then? It's kind of odd. I mean, I know I have an alpha curve set up, but that shouldn't matter. Is it like a hue variation? I don't have... I mean, I just have a color ramp here. But it's not set to anything. Maybe I just set it to white? No, because it's the same. It doesn't matter. Color initial ramp. I really don't know. Unless for some reason on the visibility on this or something I have it set weird. No. Guys, I don't know anymore. Texture. Very odd. Whoa, trails are crazy. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, the only thing I've set is the alpha curve. I just have this color set. I just don't know why it changes so fast. Like, what's going on there? Why is it red? It's orange. What am I doing? What am I doing wrong here? Why does it look like that? The alpha's full. This is very weird. Maybe let's not mess with the color. Let's just do a color initial ramp. Maybe that's better? I have no idea. Okay, so it is just the color thing. I guess we won't touch the color. We're just gonna do color initial ramp. That's fine. Because see, I want it to kind of merge in with the bottom of the horizon a little bit, so... No, this looks better. Alright, so dust should be visible if that's the case there. I'm gonna lower the saturation here and make it a little darker. Alright. And we'll probably put a sun sprite up there or something, we'll see. But I want to load this up into the game and make sure it actually works. And doesn't look terrible. Now we're still gonna be in the other dungeon. Like, it's still gonna be like interior dungeon room, so we're gonna change that, of course. Ugh. Okay. Did it just crash? No, it didn't. Okay, we're okay. Oh yeah, I added this Godot skin, by the way, guys. I don't know if you saw that. Okay. Continue. Let's go check out the dungeon. Let's just go over there. It did work. It's kind of cool. Now, obviously, this is the wrong tile set. Yeah, the paper robot guy's there too, yeah. The tile set will be completely different, so let's, you know, ignore that basically for now. But I kind of like the effect of that. I will need to make sure that it works with like all the different scaling, right? It's a little quirky when you rescale. It's not a big deal if it is. I think it's fine. Seems okay for the most part. I just want it to look like there's a dust storm in the distance, so I think this basically works. That'll probably be fine, yeah. Once I actually make these look cool, then I think it'll be okay. All right. And maybe we add some clouds and stuff up top so it looks more like... I imagine the perspective I'm going for this background is like in Stardew Valley, and some of the areas where you like... The background is sort of a side view, kind of like this, you know, where you can see the clouds and stuff in the mountains, but it's still like top down, if that makes any sense. There's a lot of areas where it does that. There's like that one where you go up on top of the cliffside and you can see the background. It looks like this, right? So that's kind of, I think, what I want the perspective of the dungeon background to look like, because I think it's the only way it's going to make any sense. Because I want it to look like you're up on top of, you know, tall buildings. I think it's the only way that it's really going to feel like that. Whoa, what is this? Is that Stardew Valley? It's insane. It's also insanely low res. Hey, Finn, what's up? Welcome in. Summit? That's probably what it's called. Let's look it up. Stardew Valley Summit. Yeah, the Summit. Yeah, this is sort of what I'm thinking, right? This looks weird. I don't remember it looking like this, but basically this kind of perspective. How's work? It's going pretty good. What I'm currently working on is getting Starground kind of set up for multiple dungeon planets now. In the past, there's just been multiple dungeon levels, but now it's actually going to be like a whole different dungeon. So currently this is in the new dungeon. The tile sets and rooms are the same right now, of course. That's going to change, but I'm just messing around with some background ideas. I don't know what the background's going to fully look like yet, so I'm just experimenting. But the whole idea is that you're going to be like outside up on top of some tall buildings, so that's what it's going to be like. It's kind of working though, a little bit. I do have all like the code working, so that's kind of the big part, like the big thing I wanted to get done. So if I teleport back to 0, like the background's set back to normal and the dungeon gets cleared. And so you can go to either dungeon separately, right? So I can go to this one here and teleport there normal, and this is just the regular old dungeon. And now the other dungeon is also a different one. So if I go back over here, I can go here, and it's not the same like region now. It has a different ID set in the player, and it's in a different position. So it is working. So now I can just do a simple check of just like, hey, okay, you're in this dungeon, change the rooms. Don't use these ones anymore. It's really easy to swap out now, so yeah, it'll be good. It's gonna be a lot of work, you know, creating a whole new dungeon. There's gonna be new tile sets and enemies and all that stuff. It's never easy, but it is what it is. Love the updates, Horns are hard. I appreciate it, yeah. I think it's fun. I do enjoy working on updates and stuff, and slowly inching the game toward what I want it to ultimately become. But yeah, hopefully we get there eventually. I still don't know really when we're going to be swapping over from early access to full release. I just haven't decided. But I imagine eventually. I don't know. We'll have to see. But it's going good though. Really, my goal right now is just building up a lot of the content that's already in the game. So that includes the dungeons, which is what we're working on right now. And then also, we're going to work on more automation stuff. What I actually want to do for the next automation planet, what I've planned out, is a gas giant planet. So the challenge with that one is it's basically going to be... instead of landing on the planet, like obviously because the gas giant doesn't actually have ground. Let me draw a little concept art here. You're gonna start on like a floating platform that's kind of up in the clouds of this gas giant, right? And the whole kind of concept of this planet is slowly building out your platform with more area, right? So think of it as like Skyblock in Starground. I just thought of that. It is a lot like Skyblock, isn't it? But yeah, that's the whole idea of it. So you're going to be building out like more little areas for your platform. I don't know if you've ever played Forever Skies. I don't think I have. Forever Skies. Go away, ads. Okay, so you build out... Yeah, the game that I have played that I can kind of compare this idea to, at least personally, is like Raft. Where you're on like a little like area and you collect resources around you and then you slowly build out your platform to have more room. So that's kind of the concept, yeah. And I guess maybe Forever Skies is like that. I haven't never seen or played this game, but yeah. That's crazy. Raft has almost 300,000 reviews. I didn't even realize that, dude. That's a lot. Yeah, Forever Skies is like Raft, but in the sky. And you go into the down under the forge and stuff. Okay. Yeah, the player won't be able to like drop down on the surface or anything, but yeah, that's the general idea. I think the main like resource gathering that's going to happen on this planet is through gases, right? Because I think it's just cool to have like resources that aren't just little rocks on the surface, but are more just a whole different concept. So I'm gonna add in some kind of machine. It's gonna be like an atmospheric condenser. If anyone here has played Astroneer, it's gonna have like a big pipe or something on the top, and essentially what it's gonna do is just absorb gases out of the atmosphere and turn it into like a little tank that you can use, right? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about then, Oshik. But yeah, I think it'd be a cool mechanic, and then there's a bunch of gases we could get this way then. I think it'll really allow for some interesting recipes and buildings and stuff. Like stuff like hydrogen, nitrogen, gases. There's a whole bunch. Yeah, helium. Yeah, you did play with me, yeah. So I would like to play that again sometime. But yeah, a whole bunch of different gases we can get. And I think stuff like helium is going to be really interesting for more advanced machinery. And also perhaps rocket fuel. We'll see. If you can gather oxygen and hydrogen, the oxidizer and the fuel, then, you know. Yeah, argon. I mean, really, we can create whatever kind of gas giant we want. Like, we don't have to decide like, oh, it has to be like Jupiter and has to be primarily made out of hydrogen. Like, we can just choose whatever gas we want. We could do ammonia, we could do anything, any kind of gas. So I think that's going to be the cool part about this planet, is it's just an opportunity to yeah, farts, methane, yeah. It's a cool opportunity for a whole bunch of different gases and ways that you can use those gases for different buildings and stuff. So I think that's cool. It's just an idea. I mean, this technically isn't what we're doing for sure, but it's one of the strong contenders for what the next automation plan is going to be all about. So, and maybe, I probably won't do it, but these planets do have a solid core. I mean, there's no way you'd ever be able to go down there because you get crushed instantly. But guys, this is a video game. So maybe one day you can actually go down to the core. I don't know. We'll see. It was part of a giant space lizard, yeah. Dungeon on a gas planet? Nah, this would be an automation planet, but that could be cool though. Dungeon gas planet. Don't know how that would really work, but yeah. It's definitely an idea though. I think it could be a neat concept. So yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. You require a spaceship for that type of planet? Yeah. Something, I don't know. Yeah, there's still a lot of details that have to work out. I do want there to be some more dangers, ideally. It would be cool if, like, you know, there's something that you have to prevent from breaking something. I don't know. I wanted to do that concept for Tyria. I wanted there to be creatures and stuff that spawn on the surface and attack you, but I just didn't have a good system set up for it. I do now, though. So maybe one day I'll add in creatures to Tyria, but also the issue is that it means now you've got to fight guys on Tyria, so that's kind of, you know, not fun. But I don't know. Who knows? It would be cool if there's some kind of danger on the gas giant. I don't know what it would be. Maybe there's like big storms. Like, okay, guys, that'd be pretty cool. I think I answered my question. Gas giant storms and like lightning strikes down. And you've got to make a little, you got to survive. You got to make a little bubble or you'll die. Maybe that's what happens. We'll see. Yeah. Sneeze that in. Survivor Skies takes place on post-apocalyptic Earth, and your dungeon missions are like going down to the dust cloud areas. Yeah. Okay. That is cool. Maybe I'll check it out. That's an interesting concept. Yeah. Sounds like that feature of Masternair. Oh, those aren't even in the game anymore. The dust storms. It's a little disappointing. They removed it. I don't really know why. It's kind of sad. It's one of the things that I was like missing. I was like, there's no dust storms anymore. I haven't gotten a dust storm forever. Yeah, this is a cool... I always love games where you can, like, you have a mobile base, you know? It's pretty fun. That's something I really want to come out finally for Minecraft. There's a mod in development, Crate Aeronautics, but... Aeronautics, but it's taking a million years to come out, so... I don't know if it's ever going to come out actually now. But hopefully one day. Yeah, probably for good reason. Frustrating probably, yeah. It's just something I'm going to have to test and also have you guys test. Yeah, I'm in the Discord server. Last I checked, didn't like did they disband or something? Not like there's some bad news about the future of the project. Here, let's go to the Discord and see. News. Member was compromised. Okay. I mean, there hasn't been any official news, I guess. Yeah, okay, well this was kind of recent though. So I guess they still are working on it, but hopefully someday it happens, because it's been a while, hasn't it? Bloopers. I mean, they have people playing it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess they're still working on stuff. I don't know. Yeah. Anyways. But that's the idea. I think a gas planet would be cool. So we'll see. And yeah, I would like some kind of danger, because I mean, you know, I get the idea of like not having danger is kind of nice, because you just chill. But as we get to more difficult, like more advanced planets, I think introducing danger as a concept is a good thing. It gives a sense of progression. Like, this planet is more dangerous, but risk-reward kind of thing, right? And just new things to manage. I think in a lot of ways, overcoming those challenges and difficulties are a part of why automation is fun. Like, playing a game like Factorio, I think it's fun because, like, okay, you have like a limited number of resources, and then you have to manage how do I spread those out the most, productivity modules, and then you have biters, and so you've got to defend your stuff. I think that can be fun. I don't like having that stuff on the starter area because I think it just makes the game really hard, but I do think it's cool to introduce that concept in more difficult areas, you know, more advanced zones. Machine for stopping storms, produces a storm in a bottle, that'd be epic, yeah. You can finally double jump in Starground. Gotta go catch you later. Yeah, sounds good. I think we're gonna end stream right now anyways, so yeah. But thanks so much for popping in, I appreciate it. But yeah, that's probably gonna be it for today's stream. I'm happy with what I was able to get done. I didn't even know if I was gonna be able to get this stuff working, to be completely honest, so I am fine. I'm glad it's actually working. Yeah, I'm excited to get started on all this stuff. It's gonna be a lot of work. We're gonna have to add new enemies and a new boss, and we're gonna have to work on tile set stuff. And also for the transition between rooms, we're probably gonna swap it out for a zip line. So we're gonna have to do like a little animation of the player moving to the other platform, which is gonna be tricky. So there's definitely gonna be challenges involved with this, but you know, it's fine. Hopefully I'm not taking too long to finish Starground. What do you guys think? I don't know. Eventually I'll be ready to go. Anyways, yeah, that's gonna be it for today's stream. I don't know when this, well actually no, I don't know exactly when this update's coming out. This update will be out on March 6th, or no, sorry, May 16th. That is the release date, so be prepared. And we're gonna be doing early builds. I promise I will this time. That's why I'm getting this like playable as soon as possible, because I want people to actually have the chance to test it. So don't worry, I promise. I hope. I'm gonna try, but no, it's a promise. I promise. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it. I just hope that I don't know. It's easy just to say, take your time, but what? I've been denied access to the Steamworks page. Okay, odd. Yeah, it's also just a matter of money too, especially now with the economy being stupid. It's you know, I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, let's go find somebody to raid. Pomo is working on stuff. Is this their game? Or are they playing games now? Okay, they're playing games. Never mind. I don't know, who do we want to raid? Jitspo's doing stuff. What is he doing? No ads. Okay, we're not ready. Oh my goodness. There's not really many people to raid right now. Whitechapel. Is he actually doing stuff? He is, okay. We're gonna raid Whitechapel. But thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, update on the 16th. Mark your calendars. Not April. May. Thank you everybody for coming. We'll be live Friday, where we're gonna be working more on stuff. Probably mainly tile set stuff and like getting the visuals of this dungeon kind of set. Because that's sort of the next thing we have to do. And then eventually we'll start working on enemies and all that jazz. So yeah. I'm gonna get this moving. But yeah, feel free to buy Starground on Steam in early access now. Join the Discord if you want. And yeah, thank you gamers. I appreciate it. And I'll see you on Friday. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everybody. Yeah. Activating the Whitechapel raid now. Raid messages, big boy raid. Bye-bye.